Bye-bye. Good night. And thank you very much, Jake, for that show tonight. Welcome to the after party. I'll be taking care of you guys the rest of the night. So, yeah, I'm going to debate that boyfriend of Eric Dubé's. But first, before we do that, we got to talk about the UFO, retard files. Yeah, there was more of those this week. Sadly. Very sadly. Because people just don't learn. It's fake. It's fake crap. And people just don't learn. It really is sad. I'm going to get positioned over here so that no one can complain that I'm being. Just set my stuff down, get my water, and then we should be good to go. All right, give me just a sec. Here. All right. Whew. Let's see who we've got here. And I took a minute to do that, giving people a chance to show up. Grim Reaper, how you doing? Big Money Bob, how you doing? Truth Hurt says he'll be right back. Oh, no, did I? Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, I did. Did I? Oh, F me. Let me go post the right chat. Let me go fix that then. Before we continue, that's pretty stupid of me. Okay, I went to go fix that. So hopefully people will find that here. Someone may be texting me about it. Oh, God, no. Oh, boy. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, my bad. I was so busy making fun of Jurassic that I forgot that. Ooh, let me go get my portable charger so my laptop doesn't die on its own. That, and then people, I just put the correct link, so that'll give people a second to find the right link. Orange soda as well. Let's get this party started. Oh. Okay. Debate you. I am going to do one thing first, though. I am going to do that. Show LaFleur's short so when I get my stuff in tonight, I'm going to show LaFleur's short that he made. So I will be showing that tonight. Okay, so before I debate you, V&E, Oh, I can't even show the comment. But UV and E says, sorry, I've never used street. Another thing that people are used to, my Wi-Fi is not the best, so bear with me. Yeah, I'm gonna debate him. But before I do, I'm gonna do the retard file debunk, the UFO retard files. So I'm gonna start with that because, let's be honest, it's the most ridiculous thing in the history of all time. All right, so I'm gonna start with the most obvious debunk of all. So let me pull up my folder here. There we go. Yeah, I want today's date. All right. The video I want first. There it is. I labeled it camera lens on purpose just to do that. Haha. What do you know? Is this it? Yeah, here it is. All right, look at this. This is the most. Oh, look, the frame's moving. The actual frame of the camera is moving. What a bunch of bullcrap. Oh my god. And they're saying that this is a real file. Look at this bullcrap. Look at this. Look at there's the little center of the camera of the frame moving and now it's moving rapidly. What is this? Look at this dumb. This is so dumb. That is, by the way, impossible to do. The lens doesn't move like that. The camera frame cannot move like that. That letter N cannot move like that, making this for sure a fake file. Again, they're brainwashing the public to think UFOs and ETs are real when we all know they're not. There are no such things as UFOs, and there's no such thing as extraterrestrials, and there never will be. And this just shows it here. They can't even computer AI generate the camera lens correctly, which is why you see it moving all over the place. There's the letter N moving all over the place. There's the camera lens moving all over the place. That cannot possibly happen. If this were a real camera lens, or if they were to AI generate it correctly, the lens would stay in place the entire time. But it doesn't, because they can't do it. Of course they can't do it. It's fake. We all know that. Oh boy. Yeah, look, now the now that are fake. These are fake too.
Vault just cracked open again. The 5th drop from the Department of War. 41 files, and they're juicy. Like this, 2021, over the Gulf of Oman.
Look at this. This doesn't even look... They're not even trying to hide it, how fake this is anymore.
Special ops warplane catches something on its infrared sensor. You can see it, that little white dot.
Really? Really? We're supposed to believe that little white dot is something.
Darting back and forth. The report calls them cold orbs.
Now they're talking about cold orbs.
4 feet across. No one's been able to explain it since. Then over a town in the Middle East last year, a sensor catches something transiting clean across the flame. Still, no idea what it was. Here's another, this one from 2023. Central Command sensors watching the sky, and then blink and you miss it. The thing rips across the whole frame.
And of course, this is Fox News, so of course it's fake. Because that's what they do, is show fake UFO files.
In about 3 seconds, and it's gone. Then it gets closer. That's one of our own ships down on the water. Watch right the corner. Something crosses right past it. Our sensor locks on and then scrambles to keep up. Still, nobody can say what it is. This isn't new. It goes back decades. The files prove it.
Yeah, the files prove that it's fake. Just like I showed with that in that second quote-unquote tranche. With the camera lens moving all over the place. That proves it's fake. What other proof do I need? And why are they tricking people into this? So they can basically force a communist, socialist type dictatorship. That's what this is all about. I mean, these files may be the most atheist, anti-Christian, pro-communist thing that has ever happened. And it's scary. It's scary that people are actually falling for this. I mean, if they actually say that there are extraterrestrials and people believe it, basically democracy's over, the world's over. And sadly, I think we're getting close. I mean, I just showed you the camera lens moving. That's impossible. But people buy it. Unfortunately. Oh, boy.
64 off Puerto Rico, a Navy pilot spots something the size of a fighter jet. His radar clocked it at 4,300 miles an hour, holding for 21 minutes. The CIA ruled out every plane we had, and nothing since comes even close. And when there's no footage, the FBI draws it straight.
Yeah, the FBI, a horrible fake agency full of corrupt people. Same thing with the CIA. They're all full of crap. All these shills are hired by them. Same as someone I'm about to debate, Eric Dubay and his boyfriend. Yeah, they're government shills too. Oh yeah, hired by the FBI and CIA, most likely.
From the people who saw it. June 2002, over Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, a service member watches the stars start blinking out. Something huge passing overhead, west to east. A perfect triangle, 500 feet across. Deadly silent, steady speed, not a single light on it. The guy next to him saw it too. He turned and said, "You see that?" 2011, 2 more service members.
Oh my God. And now they're showing triangles. Oh, that's a demonic shape sometimes, especially 3 sides. Yep. And we know the UFO thing's fake. This looks like a cartoon photo. This doesn't even look like a real photo. And people fall for it. I'm sad. It's actually sad. Oh, look at this one. Another one. Oh, boy. That's one of the videos. That's one of those stupid videos. Oh boy.
Welcome back to this special edition of Hannity. Earlier today, another major UFO file
Yeah, another major retard file tranche
was dropped when published by the Pentagon. This is the fifth batch of declassified UAP documents.
Yeah, it's our tax dollars being used to produce AI crap. Again, this is the most communist, anti-Christian, pro-atheist thing that's ever happened. Ever. This is so bad. It is just shocking that people are gullible enough to believe this junk. It really is sad.
Including videos from some remarkable military encounters. In one incident over the Gulf of Oman, U.S. forces reported roughly 25 unidentified objects described as cold orbs.
No such things as cold orbs.
Moving at speeds of up to 1,300 miles per hour. Another file details a military pilot's encounter of a massive silent triangular object over Afghanistan. This comes as Time magazine wrote that America is finally taking the possibility of extraterrestrial life seriously.
That is very sad, too, because there is no such things. And there never will be. It's fake.
Pointing to congressional hearings, new disclosures, and a growing number of military and intelligence officials willing to publicly discuss UAPs. Here now with more UAP whistleblower and former director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, Lou Elizondo. Lou, it's an honor to talk to you. I love the age of disclosure.
Better technology, we have more pervasiveness and more situation awareness of our airspace, that we are beginning to see these things, detect these things, and record these things. But there's also a possibility that the frequency of these carrier strike group. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You know, the ocean is especially the deep parts of the ocean, is a very hostile environment where the temperatures are extremely cold and the pressures are almost unimaginable. And yet we have documented evidence that demonstrate definitively that these objects, whatever they are, these UAP, have the ability to also operate.
Oh my God, such bullshit. There's no such things as UFOs. I know because they don't show us anything. Yes, and congrats to LaFleur, by the way, for his newborn baby. I want to give him the shout out for that. All right, everyone wants the debate. So, all right, let's get this over with. All right, UV&E, come on. Let's get this over with so I can shred you to pieces. By the way, while he comes on, so I can shred him and destroy him. God, this is going to be such an easy debate. Let me show everyone something while he tries to come on, so you can't, fool people. He was using at least another account tonight, and I do have proof of this. Excuse me. Damn. I'm going to get my little prop too. Gotta have my prop just in case he tries to. By the way, if you keep repeating things, then I'm gonna kick you out. So that's a rule as well. You can only So I just wanted to make that rule pretty clear tonight. Before we officially get kicked off, though, I wanted to show him using a sock account. So he literally typed this in as baby UU. Right after this account gets blocked, he basically copies and pastes this into a super chat. Yeah, copy and paste. Literally right after that account got banned, there he was. It's the same account, and I'm not falling for it. Same dumb person. All right. So I had to prove that point. Okay, you're here.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good today.
So is this Holden?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, well, this is even... Okay, well, first of all, I can address this whole little message thing. That's my wife, right? So I was timed out like 5 times, and this is actually... I don't know if this is the first time I super chatted that or the second time I super chatted that, but when you time someone out, it cancels their super chat. So I wanted Jake to respond to this. I paid $10, and then I immediately get timed out, and I was like, babe, post this message for me because I think it's just the truth. Eric's impression of you is clearly a response video. So she did. And then it is what it is. I mean, she's right here. So it's like that whole thing. Anyways, can people on the stream hear us as well? Because I don't hear myself on the stream.
Yeah, no, I can hear it.
Okay.
It should be on.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, yeah, I mean, that's my perspective about the whole chat thing. But yeah, first of all, I don't think I should be getting timed out over that. Does that look like something that's worth timing someone out for? I wasn't being rude. I wasn't name calling anyone. There's all these people that are power tripping. Everyone is a mod there, and there's it doesn't say who.
You were snapping at people for eating meat. You were snapping at people for saying Eric's a shill. You were snapping at people for just
like
wanting to eat healthy. I mean,
if someone said Jake is a shill, wouldn't you defend him if he's your friend or you look up to him or whatever? You guys have some kind of, it's the same thing. Eric's my friend, like my personal friend. Like him and I play games every week and stuff. So I'm looking at this from the perspective. It's very entertaining to me because I see all these people's opinions and I wanted to throw my own in there. And obviously it's against what everyone thinks. And I mean, it is what it is. I mean, right? Like,
and I do get that, but Eric has proven himself to be a shill many times.
Okay, the biggest thing that I've seen that Jay keeps bringing up is like this sun angles thing, right? First of all,
clearly he's wrong. Eric's clearly wrong.
I think any reasonable flat earther will not agree to a model right now, right? I don't think we have a perfect model of the place that we live. I haven't seen Jake present any model of the way the sun actually works or anything like that. Nobody has a model of this place. We can't go outside of it and look at it from above. So Eric doesn't subscribe to a model. Eric doesn't subscribe to a map. He doesn't say the AE map is 100%. That's exactly how it is. And so the whole topic of like, he's a shill for pushing this model is like, who's pushing a model? Everybody's take is pretty much the same reasonable thing that it's like, we don't really know what this place looks like.
Eric,
I think that...
Oh, wait,
right.
No, I'll let you finish.
I think that most of us would agree that the layout on like the Gleason map of the way that the continents are laid out seems to be fairly accurate, in my opinion. And then beyond that, it's like, yeah, the viewing angle of the sun could be different or whatever based on some information. But like, it's the viewing angle of the sun. We're not even seeing the same sun. We're not even seeing, like, everybody sees their own little version of their sun from their own personal sphere of vision, as far as I'm concerned. So if it is a bit different, it could be based on all sorts of things, atmospheric conditions or anything like that. But I mean, to say he's a shill, to me, it's just like bonkers. He's got like 10 years of videos. He's the reason Jake is even here. He's the reason basically any flat earther is here, because either your favorite guy was influenced by him through some way. Plus, he talks about stuff like beyond globe earth or flat earth rather. Like Eric was the one for me personally who I learned about like fake dinosaurs from, fake nuclear bombs. Like nobody was really talking about that. What kind of angle of a shill is he that he's some kind of zenith sun shill or something. He believes you see the, like, what kind of benefit is that? I don't understand. You guys we're all on the same side here, right? They lied to us. It's definitely not a globe. All the governments are evil. All our world history is a lie. Like, that's what I believe. That's what Eric believes. We talk about this all the time. It's interesting. And I think it's awesome to be able to connect with other people who share that kind of perspective, because we've been lied to our whole lives, right? You talk about this to your family or friends, they think you're crazy, or online you get shadow banned. I know that experience because I've been there, right? Like, there's this whole idea where I'm this crazy government guy. I'm a real guy, right? So I know exactly probably what you've been through if you've been on this whole journey of like flat earth awakening and you're like, holy shit, and then they start banning you everywhere. And then now I just think it's bad and dishonest. I just don't like seeing my friend called a shill over what, bro? Over some disagreement he had with Jake over viewing angles, which he addressed, by the way, multiple times. So it's like,
no. So let me, now I'm going to get to that point.
Right.
Eric multiple times has claimed a one circling sun. He's actually said that that's the official map. And that video that Jake showed, he made fun of Jake for saying that those angles don't work provably. It is scientific fact that those angles that Eric Dubé shows don't work. That is a fact. And the reason why Eric does that is to make the whole notion that anyone who disagrees with the globe model is an idiot. That's what Eric's job is. He's there to make the flat earth concept look dumb. And he's doing a good job at it. Just like Jaron.
The reason there's a flat earth concept.
Just like all these people.
Okay, but no, man, he's the one calling out Jaron. He was one of the first guys to call out the whole FEIC, because from Eric's perspective, he was one of the first guys there, right? And then he sees all these people like Jaron and Whitsitt, and I don't know all the names of the OGs because I only got into this about like 5 years ago, and all that FEIC shit was like 8 or 9 years ago. But he was telling me he sees all these people come up out of nowhere, and they had these huge shill-ass followings, which is like the number one sign of a shill, right? This group comes up, and they were all talking about flat earth and flat earth convention, but they weren't even talking about him. They were all excluding him, pre-excluding him. Ask Jaron, ask Whitsitt about Eric, and they're all going to say the same thing. Oh, he doesn't play along with us. He doesn't really like us very much. It's because he knows their show, and he was calling them out. He was one of the first guys when TFE happened, for example, who made a response video and calling it all out because he knew it was full of like shiz. It was Jaronism again. And Whitsitt, when they're like two best friends. Whitsitt is like, no, man, I'll never say anything bad about Jaronism. He's my boy. He's my boy. Meanwhile, Jaronism is saying all sorts of heinous shit, if you know, right? So it's like, I don't think it's that fair to just associate Eric with Jaron just like that or whatever, because you think they're both kind of misinformation agents. He's done so much more, and he's not gone back to say shit like, oh, he's a Glober or anything. He's like anyone who has seen that the globe lie and proven it knows that it's like that. Like for life, you're never going to go back. There's no amount of proof they're going to show you that you're going to be like, yeah, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, maybe he has the right idea. Like Eric is not that type of guy, whereas Jaron shows you exactly. He swapped back to the globe like nothing because that's his job, in my opinion.
We agree on Jaron. He's horrible.
Right.
That and we agree on. But this is, now I'm going to show this part, because apparently we need a review on how much of a liar Eric is. All right.
Globe defenders often claim that since the moon appears right side up when viewed from the northern hemisphere and upside down when viewed from the southern hemisphere, that this is proof positive of a spherical Earth. They believe that observers standing in the southern hemisphere of their spinning ball are literally upside down relative to observers in the north, and that this is the only possible reason the moon could appear inverted when viewed from opposite hemispheres. Anyone can easily debunk this flimsy claim for themselves, however, by simply taping a picture of the moon to their ceiling and viewing it from opposite sides of the room.
Okay.
Hey, everyone. Keep playing the video.
Everyone see the moon. He said to tape it to the ceiling. Does anyone see the moon look like this? No.
That's a representation of why two people on different sides of the moon would appear to be upside down to another one, right? Like someone from the northern hemisphere and someone from the southern hemisphere are looking at mirrored moons, like it's the mirrored version of the same thing, exactly like someone on the other side of this room would be seeing it. But he's not saying that that's what the moon looks like. Like this is for representing it's basically, we see it as a 2D kind of object. That's kind of how it is, in my opinion. I don't know about you guys personally. I've seen takes and explanations that the sky is actually flat as well, which I've seen, and they seem quite compelling. Like, again, I'm not like some expert and I'm not pushing a model or anything, but I don't know. I think the idea of like it's a 2D sky, but we see through a 3D sphere of vision. So we have the illusion that it's like a spherical setup when it's not, because we see everything through a sphere. If you keep playing this video, he'll elaborate on that. Jake stopped on this too. And Eric has addressed this, by the way. If you go to Jake's newest video, he's in the comments there responding to people with the rebuttals to this moon thing. Like,
why doesn't he go live? Why does he not go live to address
what does
it?
that matter? Why does that matter? I don't understand. Because Jake
if
go
you're
live.
a real channel, you should go live and address these
What's he
things.
gonna do? He's not a personality, man. He's literally told me, like, what would I do if I went live? I would just sit there and read chat. He's like, I'm not an entertainer like Jake is. He's not like a natural extrovert. He doesn't want to be in front of a crowd of people asking him a bunch. It's just going to be him answering chat anyways. And he's basically addressed all sorts of questions over 10 years of making videos. Plus, he's like a reachable guy. Literally, go look at his videos. He's responding to comments. He responded to emails. Like, in my opinion, nobody has put as much effort and time, and he's using his real name and shit. I don't even do that, right? I hide my face because Flat Earth and its associations will ruin my career, basically. At least I'm worried that that's a possibility, right? Because people think you're crazy, right? But he's willing to at least put his name out there, which I think is like a certain level of honorable too. Because it's like, it is what it is, right? How is he going to get like a job? They're going to Google his name and shit. It's like it's screwed. I just don't see what he's shilling. I understand the idea of like, yeah, maybe they're setting you up for a deception down the line or something. But like, Eric is probably the number one guy who would tell you, yeah, you got to use your own discernment on everyone and everything. That's literally his approach to life, is like a private investigator. We're all in this kind of murder mystery, and you don't know if you can trust Eric. You don't know if you can trust Jake. You don't know if you can trust really anyone, right? Other than what you can prove for yourself and what your heart tells you and whatever, right? So it's like, what my heart tells me, man, is I've interacted with Eric. I've played Left 4 Dead 2 with his wife. Like, we hang out, we talk all the time. Like, it is what it is. You can say I'm his handler, his boyfriend. I'm just his friend. He's just a guy. He's a guy. He likes movies. He likes songs. He likes death metal too. He was doing death metal. I honestly think that Jake and Eric could have so much more in common than they do apart. I think it's personally kind of retarded, this little bickering over, I see the sun at like 30 degrees or 40 degrees. That means like the whole model. Again, Eric doesn't push a model or subscribe a model.
Jake's told him that it's wrong and has proved that it's wrong, and Eric won't accept it.
Okay, but let's say Eric's opinion is that it's not wrong and it can be explained. Is it? And that's it? We can't be friends anymore? Like, to me, that is such a ridiculous...
It can't, because in Tasmania, it's proven that the sun rises and sets in that certain angle, and the circling sun, that is impossible. So it can't be a circling sun. That is debunked.
I'm not an expert on Tasmania. I haven't seen that shit. I don't know what was factored into account. I know that the discussion in Eric's rebuttal was like the magnetic declination wasn't taken into account, which is like how much you need to offset your reading by. So if that wasn't done, then that could factor it. But it's just an optical thing, bro. We're just talking about looking at the sun. So anyone's opinion is kind of, I don't give a shit about they're making an observation of the sun. Is TFE some scientific proof or whatever? They made an observation allegedly of a 24-hour sun or whatever. Or right now, the heliocentric model, they made observations of the sun and they say it's 92 million miles away. Who gives a shit? People make observations, and that's not science. That doesn't prove anything. It's just an observation. You're just looking at the sun. I can go look at the sun tomorrow. But like, what's important is we're not on a spinning globe flying through space.
So Jake had a subscriber of his from, I think it was Australia and Tasmania, that actually had a compass, aimed it at the sun, and took the measure, and those angles match sun calc 100%. So we know those sun angles are real. But we also,
I don't deny that those sun angles could be real. So what if the sun angles are real, man? They could be real.
Eric Dubé's claim of a circling sun, one circling sun, would mean those angles can't happen. It can't happen.
It's an optical it's an observation, right? And it's of a sun that it's not actually there. It's different for everyone. It's based on your elevation. It's based on your atmospheric conditions and stuff. I don't know, man. The sun works in crazy ass ways. I really don't know what to tell you. But like, I think what's way, way, way more important is the whole world has taught us for our whole lives that we live on a spinning ball, which is not true. Like, Eric is the number one guy, in my opinion, who started pushing this. Why would a shill why would they even bring this up? Like, if you're the CIA or the NSA or whatever, you're gonna hire Eric to bring up this flat Earth topic to wake all these people up just so that you can distract them with the angle of the declination in Tasmania or whatever. I just don't buy that, man. Like, we're all on the same team. That's what I used to think. But before I got into flat Earth, I actually watched Witsit. I don't know what your opinion is. I used to think, oh, everyone's on the team. As long as you know it's on a globe, you're on the same team, right? I didn't know that there was all this controlled opposition and they're trying to destroy the image from within and shit. Once I saw a bit more of Jeranism, it was obvious, right? Like, they need to have actors obviously they're going to infiltrate it. When you type flat Earth experiment, it takes you to Jeranism doing that retarded shit on Netflix, right? Sorry, I don't want to swear because it's YouTube and I know that they're sorry. But like, yeah, I understand that they're going to have hired goons that try to make it look bad. I just don't see how you can make a case for that with this whole Tasmania thing. To me, that's such a small little drop in the bucket. Either way, though, as an aside, I'm curious. If you don't believe in the one circling sun or moon or whatever, what do you guys believe in? Like 2, 3, multiple? We don't know. Or like, I don't understand exactly what the replacement is, and I haven't seen any kind of model that shows something like that. Multiple, whatever. The whole vegan diet thing, too, man. I just think that animals don't want to die. Okay, veganism is hard, man. You think I don't like meat and burgers and stuff? I'm actually only vegan after Eric, which you guys are obviously going to say, yeah, he brainwashed you or whatever. But like, it wasn't it for health. I just realized that animals don't want to die and they feel pain, and that makes me feel bad, bro. They have to die because I wanted to go num num for 10 minutes and have a little warm belly for 10 minutes. No, man, I feel bad. It kind of woke me up, and I was like, I don't like that. It made me feel bad. Like, it's as simple as that. It's not about health. I don't know how you even want to define health, right? Health is like this constantly debated thing that you won't really get like a concrete answer on.
Eric never gives a concrete answer. And then when Jake proves him wrong and embarrasses him so badly, he slightly changes his position. Like when he said there was this like window. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said there was like a reflecting thing for there to be two suns, and that was dumb of him. He said something crazy like that. I can't remember the exact wording, but
yeah, whatever. Yeah, my whole thing is that if the one circling sun thing seems to make sense to me, like rests off the top of them, just logically. It's dark right now here where I live, and it's like light in Australia because like our one sun, or at least I think there's one sun, it's too far from me here in North America, and it's close to Australia, so they see the light and I don't see the light. Like, and like light doesn't travel forever. It's just
I think it's dark both places. Where I'll check, but I think
sure, I don't know, but it's like the other side of the world or whatever, right? Like, I think it's because the physical local sun is up there above them. It's hot. You can feel it when it's close. It's hot. Like it's,
Oh no, you're right. It's light right now. That's why I wanted to check and make sure. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough, man. And like I'm all for fact checking, and I don't come here and say, oh, you guys need to blindly believe Eric or you need to whatever, man. I think we should all need to use our own discernment and stuff. But I just don't think that Eric is even pushing a model. Nobody that is honest.
He was pushing a model for
even
the
in his jerk response video. He was saying, oh, even though I don't follow model, he just thinks that the AE map is a better representation than the globe, and I would agree. Like when I think or I'm trying to figure out how something works.
You believe one circling sun works. That's what he pushes.
With my current understanding, yeah. I haven't seen anything compelling enough. Even if you think that the angles don't add up for the one singular sun. I don't know. I think it's an optical effect, man. I don't even know if the sun, like, do you believe in the firmament personally?
The angles are a fact. on sun calc, the measure, it's proven, and I've even done the experiments. It's factual. These sun
Sure.
angles are factual.
I don't deny that you could be getting those sun angles. Does that necessarily mean that it has to mean that the one sun thing is debunked and anyone who disagrees is a shill?
Yes, it does.
I don't know. I think that that's just one data point that is interesting that you have found, and maybe there are multiple explanations for that because the sun is this apparent thing. We don't even know if the sun is like under the firmament or over it or in which firmament. There's some people that think there's 7. It could be like a projection, like flashlight from outside. I've seen models like that where the source light is like outside the firmament, and then the sun that we see is like the destination of the flashlight. I don't know, man. There's all sorts of explanations. It's crazy. I don't know, but it's a light in the sky. At the end of the day, we can't go up there and do science on it and stop it and see what it looks like from like above and different.
You know what else
angles.
is funny?
What?
And what has Jake said before, everybody? So, even though it's kind of dark itself, gee, I wonder why.
Sorry, cut out for a sec. So I didn't hear.
So Jake said this, and he's correct on this. Dude, if you're not shilling for Eric, show yourself like I'm showing myself right now.
Bro, you even said it didn't have to. And I don't think that means anything, bro. I obviously am a person that has a face. So it's just like this weird kind of like, I'm not like a jester. I don't take orders from anybody, right? Like I'm a human being. I have my own authority. If I don't want to show my face, I don't want to show my face. It's my thoughts, right? You're not your face. You're your thoughts, right? So
How am I supposed to know?
if I'm Eric Dubay with the AI cheater in the mask and all that, whatever, bro. At that point, I could have an AI filter anyways of a face, anyways, right? So it's like whatever. It's 2026. I could look like Jake if you want. I could come online. Like it is what it is. I don't have a webcam for one, so it's like I don't buy that. Again, Jake's other side point is like Eric should go live and show his face or whatever. But to me, that's like such a dude. Eric is not like a performer. He's not like a character. He's not going to be entertaining. He's going to be sitting there looking at the camera like, what do you want from me? You know, I wouldn't want that either.
If I was Eric with all these accusations, I would go live and address it live. If I was him.
I don't know about all these
in that position, that's when I would.
If you start going after every accusation and you got to pick your battles at a certain point, man, right? Especially over like what topics it is, right? Like in my opinion, if people watch Eric Dubay's content, he's such a neutral information provider. I don't watch his content and I think, oh, this guy's trying to push this topic on me. I can't believe he's usually like showing you some clip, like his nuke thing. He just shows you the old nuke tests and he's like, look at that. They say it's real. Can you believe that shit? And I was like, no, I can't believe that shit. He's showing me the presentation. Galen Windsor, the guy who set up all the nuclear power plants. He's trying to show us like radiation isn't harmful and we've been lied to about uranium. They're trying to hide us, like free energy from us, basically. And I was like, oh, shit. I didn't know all that. And now I do, you know? So it's like, I don't know. That doesn't seem harmful to me. I'm so grateful. Even if, okay, here's also my second thing. Even if, let's say, I determine now that I think Eric is a shill. I think he woke me up. He woke Jake up. I think that's the biggest part. Isn't that the biggest part, man? Like when you lift that veil and you realize like, holy shit, my whole life was a lie.
I do understand where you're coming from, but that doesn't mean. So what he does, I guess, in a way, is he says like the general subject. He sprinkles truth, but then he pours it with a ton of lies. And that's what he is.
I just don't see that. And if that's your take on because of the sun angles thing, sure. But I would love to see any sort of like other videos where you think that it's like full of lies or anything like that. People are in the chat are comparing it to Alex Jones, but he doesn't do these crazy ass rambles where he's trying to make himself look as crazy as possible. It's clear Alex Jones got the talking to. They're like, you're not going to get too truthful or else. And he was like, okay, Daddy Mason or whoever it was, you know, that gave him that talk or whatever. I don't see Eric having that talk yet. He's making videos against the Masons.
Yes, it is. That's why he pushes Epstein files and acts like these presidents actually have power when they don't.
He knows that politics are theater, and he probably has like 15 different videos talking about politics or theater. They're all actors. Not everybody knows that. Regarding the Epstein files, I don't know, man. Like, I know that the elites are definitely trafficking children. I was there while Pizzagate was
true.
happening.
That's true. That part's true, but I think the Epstein thing's fake, and they're putting this
Sure.
character out in front to, to make the people not find who the real people are.
Right. And to this day, like they said they would release all the files. They've only released half of them. They said they would only redact the names of the victims, but they redacted the names of the victims and the perpetrators. So I would agree that the Epstein files are totally useless and no justice has been had. And all the, if Epstein was even real or alive or whatever, there's 1,000 Epsteins. So it doesn't really matter, in my opinion, what happened to Epstein or the Epstein files themselves. But what matters is there is this huge, like, worldwide human trafficking thing. They're using our governments to do it. Our politicians are all involved on it and are being blackmailed. I don't know if they're being blackmailed into it or if they want to be into it.
But the files themselves are fake as well, I would say.
Sure, I don't know enough. Like, I haven't gone in or whatever. I know I've seen that, like, all these emails and associations, and it all kind of lines up. It's all the same creepy ass perverts that are in this email that are like the guys that are all the politicians and shit. And I don't know.
Yeah, but they could have made that up, like the government makes up the UFO files, like I showed at the beginning.
Oh, I agree.
They made up those files.
Like, UFOs is actually personally how I got into the topic of flat Earth. I saw like this, that MH370 where they made the plane disappear with the 3 orbs or whatever. I don't know if you know that one. It's like one of the older, I don't know, it's like 5 or 6 years old UFO video or whatever. I got interested in that and I was like, what the fuck is this? It looked kind of realistic to me. And then after going down that rabbit hole, it really led me to the whole, like, aliens are fake, Earth is flat, there's no such thing as outer space, which changed my life completely. I totally agree. UFOs are fake. I do think that there's electromagnetic crafts, though, that would appear to, quote unquote, defy gravity. Like, they can go really fast and, like, turn really fast. But I think that's all magnetism.
See, I don't even know about that. If that does exist, I think it is man-made.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. What do you think about scripture and, like, creation and God and all that? Like, do you believe in scripture? I personally do.
I don't know enough about scripture. I believe in God. I don't follow the Bible word for word, though.
Right.
So
what was interesting to me is, like, once I got into the whole, okay, Earth is flat, Earth is motionless, I was like, what books talk about this? And one of them was the Bible. So my whole life I hadn't actually read it. I thought it was some ancient desert book. I didn't give a shit about any religion, blah, 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 blah. But, like, I read it, and it was very interesting and compelling and talking. I think it's talking about the world we live in. And I think that, like, I'm just bringing this up because I think that the things that we call UFOs are related to what I think is, like, ancient bloodlines, basically, which I think are related to Satan. I think that, like, Satan and his fallen angels, Genesis 6:4, Satan and his fallen angels had sex with human women, created a race called the Nephilim, and they're basically demons, like monsters. When they die, they're like half angel, half human. So they're kind of like half mortal, half immortal. Their soul, I think, persists, and they exist as, like, lingering spirits, basically. And I think that you can commune with them. I think that you can take, like, spirits. I think actually alcohol is tied to, like, alchemy. I think that you can commune with spirits. I think you can invite them into your body, like demonic possession and stuff. They talk about it. And I think that they have access to this crazy ass technology, bro. It's like, if you want to think of it as simulation theory or like it's a game or whatever, like they're the mods, or like they're the beta testers or something. And I think that they have deep understandings of, like, the electric nature of this reality, the way things actually work and stuff. So I think they're able to have very sophisticated methods of transportation and stuff using electricity. And I think that those crafts that we see I do think that they are man-made or human-made, but perhaps they were provided or encouraged or somehow were able to discover that information in a way that the average person doesn't, through these kind of rituals to commune with all these demons or whatever. Again, that's so much speculation, though. I do think that, I don't know, we are seeing lights and orbs and shit everywhere. Is it aliens from outer space? No. I think it's the government trying to prank us and make us believe that, right? Because they're trying to set up some deception. Personally.
Hey, I do need to address something real quick.
Yeah, sorry. I rambled for a lot.
No, not. So for this user, which...
Oh, maybe you, my wife.
Whether it's you or your
veganism?
wife. Okay, so that's actually not true. That's why, the progressive the so-called progressive media talks about climate change and how dangerous it is to eat meat.
Yeah,
And
but
how
every
we need to
second
ban it.
YouTube short, every second video I get is like Joe Rogan talking to some guy, and they're talking about, yeah, I only eat carnivore and I just eat raw meat, and I only eat the liver and I just eat the intestines and it's all just like pure people. All these scientist looking guys talking, yeah, I feel way better. I just eat one steak a day or whatever. And dude, I don't even deny that meat is quote unquote good for you and gives you a lot of energy or anything like that, and it tastes good too or whatever. And I also think that we have dominion over this earth. I think that 2 rabbits will turn into 10 million rabbits in like 10 years, and same thing with boars and same thing with deer, and it's all there for you to enjoy and thrive on. It's just that I don't know, man. I'm alive and I don't want to be killed and I don't want to be eaten, and same thing for those animals. And that's all it is. It's not like a health thing. I don't even know what health is, man. I feel like I'm healthy. Like I don't have aches and pains, and it is what it is. Maybe down the line I'll have issues with this veganism thing. It's hard. It's hard. It's not easy to do. You know how easy it is, though, to have a burger because it's amazing and it's delicious or whatever? You know how easy it is? Like, but I don't know, man. For 10 minutes, I feel full. Or like, bro, I used to go out and get like a pound and a pint of chicken wings, right? A pound of chicken wings, man. Like probably like 14. Just think of how many animals have to die for me to have lunch, man. And then you turn it to shit. It turns to poo. It's not like this thing that you need, right? It's just like, it's just nice. You could argue that you need it because it has essential whatever, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm meat. I don't want to die. I don't want to, like, if I had to kill the animal myself, that would be too much for me. I don't want to do that. I don't want to kill things. I like animals. I like when I see a little cow and a little pig and stuff. It's sad also what we do to them. I also think ethically, if you can source your own meat, like if it's just like a cow that died or whatever, sure. Okay, whatever, man. It is what it is. Or if you're a hunter and you shoot your deer and then you feed your family or whatever, I think that's sure. I think that's cool. Well, I don't think that's cool, but at least that's much more understandable than I think our current meat industry is like totally messed up. Supporting that is just like very unfortunate, you know.
What I want to say, and you actually didn't even let me finish what I was saying.
I'm sorry.
But I would say with, especially with the cheaper meat, they say that they're starting to legalize it. I don't buy it. I think we already have lab made meat.
Oh yeah. And that's gross.
Fake, and that is not good.
I don't know if it's like I've heard the take that it's like cloned. They're able to, like, let's say clone animals, and that's what the quote unquote lab grown meat is. Or I don't know if they're able to just like make a slurry of chemicals and it tastes like meat or whatever. I had a Beyond Burger and shit. It tastes pretty close. If you didn't have them side by side, you probably wouldn't know. Am I saying the Beyond Burger is good for you? No. And I don't agree with all the soy and all the bullshit and all the whatever. And I see the takes that, veganism kills more animals and everything. But like, bro, I don't know what to tell you, man. If I had to kill every animal I've ever eaten, I don't think I would have eaten as many animals because I don't feel good killing things. It doesn't bring me joy. I feel as though we are in this garden on earth. They kill us. They treat us as meat. I'm just meat, right? So how we treat meat is like very important, right? Because how the elites treat us is how we treat the animals. So how can I condemn them and being like they're eating people, they're eating raw meat, and then I go have a beef tartare and a rare steak or whatever?
Where are you? I'm right here. Where's here? Right here on the chair. Do you need something?
No, just looking out here.
All right.
Just checking out my backyard.
All right.
I built this backyard.
I know.
I agree with that too, Rye. Same 5 companies own everything, so your money is going to evil no matter what, right? There's nothing I can personally do. I don't have the power or the money to grow my own animals or have my own land or anything like that. Even if I wanted to, bro, you got to pay money here to collect your own rainwater. Like, what is this? The governments are evil and need to be dismantled. The whole system that we do, the whole way we do things is just not proper. We should all be in our own communities full of people that are like us, and what you do in your community and stuff, if you want to grow a couple cows or whatever and they feed that's totally fine, man. But when we're like purposefully impregnating baby animals and like you feed them with just like this super mix that just makes them plump or whatever, like I don't like that, and I don't want to support that. I get that you can't avoid it, and any dollar spent on a veggie is going to some Rothschild, Rockefeller, whatever, right? So it's like, I don't know, man. It's just that it's a personal ethical dilemma for me. I realize I'm meat. I realized that I want to take care of this place and not destroy it, right? Where like I used to think, oh, whatever, man, there's different planets, there could be different solutions out there. That doesn't exist. There's just the ground under our feet. We're raping it, we're poisoning the earth, right? So it's like I want to live a kind of preservation lifestyle as much as I can. And veganism is hard, man. I'm only vegan until I'm vegetarian, if you know what I mean. And then I'm only vegetarian for that day until whatever. It is what it is, right? We're not all on the top of the mountain and we never mess up and we never whatever. It's just that, like, I'm meat, man. The way we treat meat, you know. I also think personally, like when I was a kid, I used to have like well-done steak with ketchup. I used to think it was good. But throughout my whole life, they kind of psyoped me into like, oh, you got to have it rare. You got to have rare steak because it's better, and that's what the rich people do. It's like they want me to eat raw meat. I'm just raw meat, bro. I'm just raw meat. Something about it just doesn't vibe with me well. And ever since I had that connection, I just, I feel totally different about it.
Okay.
It is what it is. Sorry, I can go about the whole.
No. So first of all, steak meat is completely different than human meat. So you're trying to make it out like it's the same
kind
thing.
of, but like I could cut a steak off of you and some
It's
guy,
not the same. So how do you think certain animals live? They live because they eat other animals. That's part of nature.
They're obligate
And
carnivores,
that's part of
though.
our nature as well. And then you have, the fake left side talking about how we need to not do this because of their feelings and climate change and all that. And,
I just
what
think
you're
that
saying is kind of those talking points.
you're not an animal, though. If a lion isn't talking on Streamlabs or
You're a
wherever
mammal.
we are.
Humans are mammals.
Sure, but we have minds, right? We're like there's something that distinguishes us from other mammals and other animals and whatever, and we can make our own decisions, and we can
You're
also
right,
fuel ourselves with energy.
just like other mammals, just like other mammals.
I think that we need energy,
to eat
and
meat too.
meat is one of those sources of energy. And I think you can get proteins from other sources. I think you can get. I know that there are some amino acids that can only be found in whatever meat and blah 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 blah. And I don't know, man. It's been like 7 months for me that I'm doing my best to try to avoid it, and it's like I feel the same mostly. I miss some snacks or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's not viable long term, or I'll have to supplement something or something else. But like, I don't know. It still makes me feel bad, and I think it's also fine to be a hypocrite. I think everyone should ethically feel bad about killing things. You should sit there and you should pray and you should be grateful the animal gave its life for you. It didn't want to die. And now you're turning it into shit because it makes you healthy. So you can say that it's my God-given right to do that, but at the very least, I think you should
It's nature. It's part of nature.
Sure.
Animals
But
eat
at
other
least-
animals.
at least
what
the animal is
you're
killing
sounding
animal.
You're sounding like a progressive.
Okay, if you want to be hardcore and a meat eater, then I just think you should slit the animal's throat and watch it squealing and watch its life leave its eyes, and you should sit there and be traumatized by it or not traumatized by it. Maybe you don't give a shit because it's just meat you're going to eat anyways, right? I just think that as a man, if you're going to give a death sentence to another thing, you got to swing the sword, right? That's like the honor code that I want to live by, that I think all men should live by, right? Like, you should kill the animal yourself. What's wrong with that? So it's like, if we follow that principle, I just think that there would be less meat eaters, which I think is not a bad thing necessarily.
No, I don't think that should be a law. I think that's no. If
I also
they want to
think-
kill their own animals, they can. If they want to eat other animals that other people killed, they should. They should be able to.
I also think that the human body is supposed to have like a kind of balanced, you can get energy from everything, right? Like the berries and shit that just grow out of the dirt, or the potatoes that just grow out of the dirt. You can get energy from them. And there's valuable stuff in all the things that are around us, And I think that you could eat the plants, or you could eat the things that eat the plants, because you're at the top of the food chain. You can do whatever you want, right? You're like in a human body on Earth. So it's like, I mean, I agree. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to take away your meat eating or anything. It's just I started becoming more conscious of like, dude, it's meat and I'm meat. And it didn't want to, and it, like, what's the point? There were also times where I would order too much food and then I would like throw it out. So this animal had to die. And then I'm like, the chicken's a little dry. And then I just dump it or whatever. Like, that to me, that's bad, bro. That's bad, bro. I don't like that. That's not good. Like, you should at least appreciate what's going on and what's being provided for you or whatever. And I'm not even trying to push any sort of agenda or anything like that. Again, like I said, I used to eat meat. It's just an ethical thing. And like, I think it's fine to be a hypocrite too. I think it's fine to continue eating meat and also think, you know what, maybe killing a thing, I wouldn't have wanted to kill this thing myself. Like, that's fucked up. People are saying I'm a government shit. It's just funny.
All
Yeah.
right.
Right. I mean, I think that's cool. If you can feed a whole family of 5, like I'm assuming you mean like a deer or something. Yeah. Again, I don't think that's bad. Also, Rye, who mentions oxalates cause cancer. Cancer is a whole nother psyop. They give us cancer, by the way. Like, you can't have cancer if your body has a pH of over 7. No disease can spread in your body if you have a pH of over 7. And you actually can get that by avoiding acidic food. Like, disease spreads in acidic environments and cannot spread in alkaline environments. That's just a known fact. And it's actually meat and eggs and stuff that is acidic. So I'm not saying that meat eating will give you cancer, but I am saying that if I got a cancer diagnosis, the first thing I would do is consider what I'm putting into my body, because I think that's the number one most important thing to consider.
Well, we all want to have a good night.
Yeah, well, sorry, man. That's the voice I was born with.
Sorry about that. My mom was saying goodnight to me.
It's okay, man. I think that's cute that you guys have like a nice relationship like that. Good night to your mom.
Yep.
Well, right. I would agree. I think it's the fasting, though, that really, okay, I think that's another topic. Meat eating, veggie aside, you know what's way better in terms of health or whatever? Not eating at all. Your body shouldn't be constantly digesting food. And one thing that I would like to push or shill for or whatever, because I think it's an important topic, is eating windows. I think I was personally like brainwashed into the whole bodybuilding. You got to eat every 2 hours, bro. I was eating chicken, rice, and broccoli every 2 hours, like having like 10 meals a day. I think that's basically the opposite of what we should be doing. You should be having like one big meal a day, I think, in my opinion, and that's way more healthy, personally.
But
Like,
I don't agree with you on the vegan thing.
that's fair enough, man. It's a nuanced take, right? And again, I think I understand your take too, and you have every right to keep eating meat, and you can do what you want. You were put here to do whatever you want, man. Enjoy this life, right? So it's like, I totally get that. I'm not trying to even push veganism. I'm not a hardcore vegan. I actually was like friends with vegans growing up, and I used to think, man, they won't stop. You know, all the memes or whatever. I never thought I'd be this guy, the flat Earth guy, the vegan guy. All of these kind of like, I totally changed my life. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, I get why you would disagree with it. And again, you have dominion over this earth. But I do think that the mainstream is pushing the carnivore diet. You see it everywhere, man. Like in the mainstream, Joe Rogan, the number one most popular podcast. I see clips all the time. I don't even watch Joe Rogan. I'm not saying he's good to watch or whatever. I'm saying I see his YouTube shorts pushed to me, and it's all these guys pushing carnivore, saying they never felt better. In fact, I have family friends who do carnivore.
It's not necessarily true always. You have the left media or the fake left media saying that we should not eat meat because of climate change, and we have to care about the animal's feelings and all that. So I would argue that both things are presented.
I think climate change is bullshit. We grew, like, I don't know about you. I grew up, there was global cooling, and then it was global warming, and then they said acid rain is going to destroy the crops, and now they can't figure out which direction the temperature is going, so they just say climate change so that they can get us to buy electric vehicles and reusable bags and rechargeable batteries and buy, right? They want you to feel responsible for the degradation of the earth when it's like, it's not us. It's like the Rothschilds who own ExxonMobil, and they're dumping on oil. Oil is a whole nother psyop. Oil is not rare. It's just like you can make your own fuel by melting plastic. Fuel just degrades in the earth and turns into oil. Oil wells are actually renewable. Like at over 50 years, an oil well will refill. The Rothschilds figured out a way to detect when there was oil deposits under the ground, like early on. So they took over all the deposits. They control them all now. And they say that it's scarce. It's just like dirty, flammable, like black, whatever. Like it's melted down plastic. And they have us going to wars over it and stuff like that. It's like, that's a whole nother saya. I'm telling you, man, I guarantee that you and I and everyone in this chat, if we're all flat earthers, have like 99% of the same exact perspectives on whatever, because it's a logical conclusion.
I don't agree with that. Like I've said, I think Eric Dubé is wrong on a lot of things.
I think that's fine. I also think that you can have the perspective that someone can be wrong on a lot of things and they can also be right on a lot of things. Eric Dubé is just a human being, right? He's not some god. I don't like when Jake was saying, he's some deity and it's pearls. He's casting pearls on a swine or whatever. Eric's not like that. He's not like some guy who thinks he's above us or anything like that. He's like a normal human being, man. So he can be wrong and he can be misled and he can be, have his own opinions or whatever. Does that mean now he's our enemy and now we must all fight and whatever? Like, I don't know. From Eric's perspective, Jake is wrong. From Jake's perspective, Eric is wrong. And that's why there's this little beef or whatever. From my perspective, I'm like, who gives a shit? It's an observation of the light in the sky. We should be uniting and overthrowing these evil ass governments and having ether technology and living peace on earth instead of working 5 days a week out of 7 days a week for some bullshit ass job, to earn paper money that they print out of thin air. Like, our whole life is a lie. I'd rather break out of this prison system we were born into, and then we can talk about the zenith angles in Tasmania, whatever it is, like whether it's one sun, two sun. I don't know. I think it would be interesting, bro. I'm open to basically anything. Like I think magic could be real. I think that goblins I think that dragons could be real. Sirens, krakens. Who gives a shit? A kraken's just a big octopus. It's not that crazy that it could have been real or whatever, right? Like, I don't know, man. Anything could be real at this point because my whole life was a lie. So the very foundations of what I considered reality have been altered 180. So I'm at that point where I'm an open mind. Could be 2 suns, could be 3, could be 5, bro. I don't know, right? All I know is that when I go outside, there seems to be one, and it's a hot ball of light. Whether there's multiple, I don't know, or it appears as though there's multiple. I don't know, man. I just don't think that that's a reason to go to war, with like another nation or however you want to see that, To me, that's like a little small detail. But like, I don't know, people are so quick to I understand why people are quick to call out shills though, because you see Jeranism and you see all these Mark Sargents and the Patricia Steer, and you're like, oh, I've seen this story before. I've seen this character before. I'm gonna lump it in that same category or whatever. But in my opinion, Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer and them are like clearly retarded. You don't see Eric on some Netflix doc doing some gay experiment and then it proves it's a globe and he's like, oh, oopsie. Like, that's Jeranism, right? He's not doing shit like that. Like, he's been 10 years, man, a video a week, man. And I make videos too. I only have like 15 videos. I've just played video game lobbies. Like, it's annoying to make videos and shit. It's hard work to like be editing and recording and all that shit. And it's for us. Eric knows this info. He was there reading it for us. So we didn't have to go to the library. I wasn't going to go to the library and read Samuel Rowbotham 100 proofs from 1800s or whatever. Eric did, because he's just like a natural whatever. He was a researcher. He was interested in the topic. Again, he's the reason we're here having this conversation. So in my opinion, he is important. And I want to defend that kind of, I don't know, like his name, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's done anything wrong. Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
He has. But we're gonna continue. I do need to bring my stuff in the house, so we'll continue when I get everything in. So we are gonna continue. Don't worry. But I'm gonna remove both of us and play a video while I do that.
All right. I'll get some water and yeah. No worries, man. Sorry for yapping so much. I'm really not trying to talk over you or anything, and you've been very gracious and kind to me, and I don't have any ill will towards you or anyone. All these people making fun of me or whatever, I get it. I'm like some outsider who's defending quote unquote chill in your eyes. So it's like, yeah, it's a tough spot. But I don't know, man. I'm just some guy, and Eric is just some guy, and you're just some guy, and we're all just some guys trying to figure out this crazy ass world. That's my perspective, anyways. Do what you got to do, man. Sorry to hold you. I'm sorry for rambling.
Okay, and then we'll continue when I come back.
Okay, sounds good.
All righty. While I go and do that, I'm going to play a video from LaFleur's video. I'll play that. Actually, I'll get 2 videos queued up here. 2 of LaFleur's videos queued up. So everyone enjoy LaFleur while I go get my stuff in. I forgot to put it on. Okay.
Where'd you go? Left flare. You're clear for takeoff. Oh, shit! Let's go! 3, 2, 1.
Bank angle, bank angle, bank angle. Bank angle, bank angle. Caution, terrain. Decision height. Don't sink. Don't sink. Light slope. Plus 100. Pull up. Radio altimeter. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Sink rate. Light slope. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Gear. Too low. Terrain. 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 Pull up. V1. Pull up. Adjust vertical speed. Adjust. Climb. Climb now. Climb. Climb now. Climb. Crossing. Climb. Climb. Crossing. Climb. 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 Clear of conflict. Descend. 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 Crossing. Descend. Descend. Crossing. Descend.
Houston,
Descend.
we have a problem here.
Descend.
Massive problem.
Increase. Climb. Increase. Climb.
Where is the curvature?
Increase. Descend.
We seem to be flying at the wrong angles.
Maintain.
We're always flying at the right angle. Where is the curvature? We're supposed to be descending on the moon. What is going on?
GPS test failed.
The stars, they're brilliant. They're beautiful. But the Earth is flat. Are you convinced by NASA? NASA lies. Are you convinced? Is this real to you? The CGI, AI, computer-generated images? Maybe these astronauts are really in this middle tin can in the thermosphere. If you really believe that official narrative, maybe these balls in space. Maybe you're convinced by all these animations, these cartoon balls. You decide. See you next week.
And next up, we have this Shieldtard, the fruitiest flat earther. Somehow this shield has been promoted on every platform, get more views than ever. And this guy has special abilities bestowed upon him from God Almighty himself, the creator, He can only spot these shapeshifters. Everyone is a shapeshifter, according to this guy. I mean, of course, shapeshifters do exist here on this magical flat Earth realm, but this guy is a one of a kind. Yeah, let's get right to his newest upload and see what kind of garbage he's promoting now.
And Avicii, and well, in this video, I knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, or should I say, angels. And well, do you see them resembling each other? Because I didn't at first. It wasn't until I put this picture up, actually, that I did, but I got there a different way. Let me connect the dots for you the way I did. You see, it was actually this picture of River that I saw, and I said, boy, he sure looks an awful lot like Theo Von. Do you see it like I see it? How about here? That's half of each of their faces. Notice how that hair just transitions perfectly. Kind of like their eyes smooth over perfectly. And again, the hairline and the lips are exact. It was a perfect match. And I want to show you something else. Theo has been crowned the modern day Shakespeare for his unmatched ability to invent bizarre poetic idioms on the spot. And you know who River's brother is, right? Joaquin Phoenix. Well, funny, Theo had him on his podcast recently, and have a listen to what they say.
What was the second son?
I'm going to pause this real quick because, I mean, Theo Von is pretty much the next Joe Rogan. Yeah, these Illuminati figures get promoted as soon as one gets pretty much replaced or fired or taken down, low views, whatever the case may be. They have these people in place ready to go. And it looks like Theo Von will be that person for Joe Rogan. Let's get back to this fruitiest flat Earth.
And my brother was like quite a force and was definitely like, I don't know, it was like mythical or Shakespearean or.
So Joaquin is talking about his brother and just happens to mention Shakespeare on Theo Von's podcast. Theo Von, who is known as the modern day Shakespeare. And Joaquin was talking about his brother, River. Now let me show you something. Do you see those 2 marks right there? How they're in the exact same place, and the eye is in the exact same place, and then those 2 as well. And there's even like a gouge out of his face right there on both faces. There's a whole spattering of marks all in the same spot, and well, that's River's face, and that's Theo's face, and there's even another gouge down here. You see that gouge, kind of like that gouge in the same spot on their chins. You can even see there's like an X right here too, kind of like there's an X right there. An X, a gouge, a whole spattering of marks. And well, there's River and there's Theo. River and Theo. But like I said, I took out 2 angels with 1 stone, and I noticed something about Theo. And like I said in the beginning, I have a very particular set of skills, and it's facial recognition, a photographic one. And I noticed it in their lips. Do you see how their lips just are oh so similar? Avicii and Theo.
The skills of this one.
Avicii and Theo. It's in the lips and the little facial curve with their smirk. Do you see it, or do you need a bit more evidence? Avicii and Theo, and you'll see that their noses have a very similar curve to them, and they also can't fully remove their facial blemishes because it's damaged tissue, and well, there's that there in the same.
That's enough of that guy right there. Well, I'm not sure about these special abilities that he may or may not have, but I know I one of them. You are for sure the show of the month. I I guess I might have to bring that back. But look at this. I can do it too. You can do it. It looks like I did this work. Oh my God, you can line this up just like he did. Is Joaquin Phoenix? Is he River Phoenix? Is Theo Vaughn? Is John Cena? What? What? Take that in. What? What?
Where's my light?
See you next week.
All right, let me. Woo! Where the hell is anything? Let me find my plug, and then we'll get going. Oh. All right. Oh, God. I'll just bring my light switch with me. Okay. Thanks, everyone, for their patience, by the way. All right, I'm back. All right. Here we go. Let me just make sure everything's working. Yes, everything's working here. Where's my phone? Make sure that's on. It is indeed on. Oh, looks like my Wi-Fi is working well, so I just realized the mobile data hotspot was off. All right. Let's bring back UV and E. I'm back.
Hello, welcome back.
All right. So now I guess we could call this part 2. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see what the chat was talking about here while I was gone.
We were agreeing about more than disagreeing. Everyone is more.
I think you. This is what I want to say. I think you're being played by Eric. I'm not. I don't see you as, at least from what I see, I don't see you as part of this whole thing, which is good. Of course, if anyone else sees anything, then let me know. But I'm going to say that you're being played by him.
Right. So I understand that because of your notion of him. But from my perspective, play me for what? Because it's not like he's like, hey man, can I have a couple $100 or whatever? He's not asking me for money. He's not we literally just hang out and we play games every weekend. I write him an email on Friday. I'm like, hey Eric, how was your week, man? It's been a while. How let's catch up, whatever. And yeah, usually we play games Sunday morning. He's in Cambodia now, so it's his evening, my morning or whatever. And then we just talk, man. It was literally a surreal moment for me because I'm literally just some guy. I'm literally some nobody. I literally just play video games my whole life. Basically, I grew up on screens. I played video games my whole life. I discovered Flat Earth was the truth. And then it changed who I am. And I was like, I got to talk about this all the time. I'm autistic about Flat Earth now. And all I want to do is talk about it to everyone all the time, my family, anyone. But you can't go to people at the bus stop. You can't go to people at the grocery store or the coffee shop or whatever, right? So I preach online. I would go on Reddit. I'm banned on 10 different Reddit accounts because all I was doing was talking about Flat Earth. So I saw that the way that I was being treated online, I was like, wait a minute. I can talk about JFK. I could talk about 9/11. I could talk about whatever conspiracy I want. But the second I talk about Flat Earth, I'm starting to get banned everywhere. I'm starting to get censored. People are calling me all these crazy names or whatever. So I was like, I saw the way that they were treating me as I was talking about flat Earth, and I was like, there's something there, right? They're trying to cover it up or whatever, and they don't want me to talk about it. So it's like, and it was through Eric Dubay, not just Eric Dubay, but he was one of the first people. The first thing I personally saw, there was this movie called Level, 2021 by Hibbler Productions. And again, I'm not shilling Hibbler Production. Again, I don't know. It's just the first thing I saw was Level, where Eric Dubay is the narrator. And at least I had that name. I checked out that channel. I checked out Witsit. I checked out a couple different. There was like a Globebusters. There was like all a bunch, right? I was just like fascinated with the topic and just like consuming that info, you know. And eventually,
you know who Globebusters used to be hosted by, right?
Right. It's like Bob Nadell. It was a Bob Nadell thing. Who's like FEIC, and he's like with Jaron and them, right?
Oh yeah, and he's horrible, man. Nadell's horrible.
I don't actually know about him in terms. Oh well, okay. I know that he's bad, but I don't know like the details of what he did or anything like that. You know,
threatened Jake with his former CIA work and said his door.
Oh, that's crazy. So Jake was like, he sent people, like he was confronted or whatever.
No, but like Bob Nadell was saying, I'm going to send my former, co-workers to your house.
That's creepy and weird. Someone asked if we talk on the phone. No, we talk like on Steam. I don't know if you play like video games on the computer, but there's like a voice chat thing, and we just play games. Yeah, we just play online games together. Eric is like a gamer. I was surprised to find, man. He plays like Elden Ring and shit. I was like, wait a minute, like he plays all the stuff I do, and he's watching all these movies and stuff. He's like a culture vulture. So it was so interesting to me because my only perspective of Eric until then was his videos, right? Where he is like this, monotone, like information presenter. He just like gives you the info. I didn't really think like, what does he do in his off time or anything like that. And it was once I had gotten into scripture and God and religion, I was like, oh, this is the truth, right? So he has a video that is quite controversial called like Jesus Christ Never Existed, which I don't agree with, by the way. But I left a comment on that video and I was like, Eric, like, do you believe in a creator? Because how could you think that Earth is this special motionless center of the universe, but it's like, there's no intelligent designer? That's retarded, right? In my opinion. And he basically responded to me, and he was like, yeah, I do believe there's a creator. I just don't think, like we haven't met him yet. I don't know his nature. I don't know the nature of what it's like in this kind of spirit realm. And I'm just very skeptic and questioning, right? We were lied to our whole lives here on Earth. So he's like, when I become a soul, he's like, I'm going to be skeptic there too. I'm not just going to accept like, oh yeah, let me reincarnate, go into the light, go into whatever, which I think is fine too. And I don't even think God would be against that. Like us being skeptic, test all things, right? Like that's literally what the scripture asks us to do. Anyways, I left a comment on one of his videos and he responded to me and he was like, hey, like, yeah, I do believe in a creator. And he's like, I checked out your content and I liked it. And if you would ever like to have a flat chat sometime, I would be down. He said, just email me. You can literally probably find that in one of in the Jesus Christ didn't exist video. I'm pretty sure it was that one. Or maybe it was something to do with like hidden meanings in the Bible. He has two that are kind of like, but it was in one of those. And so he reached out to me. And at the time I had 10 subs. I was a literal nobody playing Valorant or whatever. It was like totally surreal. We had like a 4-hour chat. He put it on his channel actually. And then since then, I wrote him like a couple weeks later. I was like, hey, bro, you want to play again? And he was like, yeah, sure. I had fun. And then now we're friends.
Things where he wants to be nice to you because you seem to, be nice to him. So I think he wants to use you as a friend while at the same time telling you his lies. So.
Right. So I get that. And I think that I think everyone here is at this standstill now about like, you're not going to betray Jake and go say, yeah, I'm a Eric fan. That sounds totally reasonable. The same way that I'm not going to say that either. And like, I don't know, these guys have beef, I guess. I just, as a third party outsider, I'm looking at Jake and Eric's beef and I'm like, this is so small beans to me personally, like I feel like we should not be at war over here and everyone could get along. So this guy said, apparently Dubay totally shit talked Jake when he brought up the AE map being wrong. Can you speak this? I really can't. I'm sorry. Like I cannot. I don't want to. I'm trying to be honorable to Eric, and I don't know all the nitty gritty on there. Like we haven't deep dived into Jake or anything, and I haven't said tell me everything you know about Jake and everything. So it's like, I don't really know what his thoughts were from many years ago. I'm pretty sure it's like basically what we know is like Jake came to Eric with the idea of like, hey, these sun angles don't line up. And Eric was like, oh, are
Not
you
initially.
sure?
At the very beginning, when he was first getting interested in the topic, that's when he saw Dubé and Matt Powerland. As he was getting interested in this, he noticed the sun angle thing was a problem. He had people that he knew test it with actual compasses, and they proved the one circling sun wrong because he was concerned about that. And then when he showed it to them, like, hey, look, you guys, we don't want to sound dumb. And Jaron, and Dubé's not always with them, but like Jaron and them were like, no, don't bring that up. And then, they all hated on him afterwards. And then he lost subs because of it, sadly. Some of them have come back.
Yeah, like I think that's stupid. I think that it's interesting. I think that that's an interesting data point, and I'm not going to now draw conclusions over like what the world definitely looks like, and anyone who disagrees with me is retarded, right? Like I think that that's too far. Even if the TFE was real and there was a 24-hour sun in the south, I wouldn't even have thought. I would just think that's a data point. Maybe there's an explanation with the firmament and all that shit. Like again, I don't know, man. We're talking about observations of the sun. That to me is just such like
and that was something that Jake was talking about before they faked that whole thing. Was Jake's like, yeah, no duh, there's going to be a 24-hour sun because the sun angles prove that. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that we live on a globe either. So like, there can be two things right at the same time.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And like, again, am I saying everything, even as my friend, do I agree with everything Eric says? Am I saying everything, all his takes are should be your takes? Like, no, I'm my own person, man. Right? So it's like, you got to pick and choose and watch for yourself and discern. I think it's very interesting what he's contributed. And I think that's just like important, man. Again, if Eric wasn't around, we wouldn't be having this talk, and Jake wouldn't be around. He would be doing whatever, like no
Jake
one
would still be around.
have anything. Maybe he was like, I'm not saying Eric is the only way you could have ever reached flat Earth. Maybe there's lots of conspirational minds, and I don't deny that they could have gone down that same path or whatever. To me, though, it's just like he seems to have been one of the oldest guys that was reviving this and like brought it up, and I'm grateful for that. Basically, all of the other content I see is kind of branched out from there. And anything, if you like any of that content, you still got to owe it to the roots or whatever, from my perspective. And then am I saying you should blindly go follow sub Eric or whatever? No. I think each of his videos, if you were to watch, you should just determine for yourself if it makes sense to you or not. I'm sure there's lots of videos you would watch of his that you're like, yeah, that makes sense. It's logical. He's just talking about how like the court system is bullshit or the school system is bullshit. Or politics or how Masons are evil or any of that. Would I accept a live with the Flare Network? Yeah, man. Why not? I mean, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to show this right now because JP Crucino, Jack P. Nimble, you brought a really good point. So I'm going to show this real quick. This is so after Jake showed those sun angles in a nice way, this is what Eric did. Oops, have it on mute. That's probably not a good idea.
Hey, you guys, I'm the Flat Earth asshole here. I just took some time off from doing young Robert De Niro impressions to come and say, the Earth is flat. What are you, living in a homeless tweaker shelter?
He never said that. He never said you're living in a homeless tweaker shelter. He said the lunar module was a homeless tweaker shelter. So there he is already lying about what Jake said immediately.
He's being a character though. Like it's like a goofy character. Like none of this is quotes from Patricia Steer or Orphan Red or whatever. He's just like making fun of people because I guess from his perspective, I guess he must have thought that Jake was a shill. But this is a response video, man. In this video, this Jake character, like Eric is playing Jake, and he's about to call Eric a shill.
Correct. for proving the sun angle's correct. This is how he's going to treat Jake for proving them wrong on sun angles, and this is what he's going to do. Couldn't Eric Dubé just, instead of doing this, he could have maybe had people, his subscribers that live down there, test it themselves. See, if he was a genuine person, he would have done that. I know I would have done that.
I mean,
I would have asked.
would
my
you?
subscribers,
Okay,
"Hey,
I'll
do
tell
do
you
this?"
what I would do. If someone came to my chat, called me a shill, I would just clap back, bro. I'm just that type of person. Like, okay, maybe not now. I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to show mercy and love and all that or whatever. But my initial reaction, if I had some guy calling me a shill over, I'm like, dude, all I do is provide information and try to help you guys, and you're going to call me a shill? He clapped back and made a video, and he was mocking Jake or whatever. And yeah, it doesn't make Jake look like a great guy here or
that's
whatever.
not
But
how
like,
it started.
it's a mockery, right? Like this whole
That's not how it started.
Sure, but this whole
It
impression
started-
is him playing the character of Jake, mocking, calling people shill, right? He's like, he's about to call himself a shill basically as this Jake character or whatever. So that means that Jake had already gone into his chat and called him a shill. So it's like, I don't know.
No,
I think it's
how
a
it
misunderstanding
started-
for a person.
How it started was Jake proved the angles wrong. Eric Dubé didn't like that. He called Jake a shill doing
Okay.
this character, and then didn't change or do any observations. He didn't even bother to look it up. And then, you know, as he kept doing that, then Jake called him a shill. Rightfully so.
Well, it seems to me from this video that Jake had already called him a shill about the AE map and trying to push the AE map and stuff like that or whatever. Right? I think that's
Now,
what's
this was
about
months
the sun
after that.
angles or whatever. I'm
This
not
was
sure. I
months
mean,
after that, so he might have.
this skit, that's what he's about to bring up. If you let it keep playing, he's going to be like, yeah, the AE map is fucked, right? Or whatever. I think that's funny. I don't know. Again,
Like
could it have been a misunderstanding?
I'm not living in a homeless tweakers shelter. I'm traveling all over flat America, getting all the flat earth pussy I can.
And that's a big problem. He's making it out like Jake is, you know, trying to make out with all the women around. No. See, now he's going too far.
It's a character, right? He's making fun of it. So yeah, it's not, I'm not saying, yeah, what an accurate representation of Jake or whatever, but he was just
That's not
clapping
what
back
Jake
at the
does.
people. He was just clapping back, right? Like, I think that's all fair. And you know, on one, from Jake's perspective, maybe he had proven beyond all doubt that his findings have changed the whole way we got to look at the model. Maybe from Eric's perspective, he was like, oh, this is like some little bean shit. Or whatever. Again, I'm not saying I know what Eric was thinking, by the way. I'm not trying to speak for him.
How
I'm just
about
saying,
you find someone that you know in your subscribers and do the experiment in your group.
dude, I'm
before
not
clapping at
like
Jake.
smart enough to, if someone tells me in Tasmania it's 35 degrees or tells me it's 17 degrees or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that information, man. I don't really, you know, like that doesn't tell me that there's one sun, two sun, three sun, four sun. I don't know, bro. That shit is like beyond me, man. Some of this stuff I
mean, the
just
video
absorb.
that Jake showed, the guy clearly showed the compass actually doing it. So it's not like they, you know, just said it. They
Okay, I don't
actually
deny it.
showed them doing it.
Yeah, man, you could look at a compass and you get a reading or whatever. But when now you can, from that reading, you can tell me how many suns there are. Like that's too much of you've gone too far from what your reading says to what you can now prove from that reading or whatever. So maybe it does prove something, and maybe I don't know.
I think the reality is we don't know what this place is. I think that's the reality. But we know what it's not. We know it's not the circling sun, and we know it's not a globe. We know it's not those two things. And we know it's not what Nachiketti says. He says we're in a rising Earth or whatever. We know that's not the case either.
Yeah, that's retarded. I have a guy in my comments that was like
someone
asking
that says that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see to me that's back to relativity, and you wouldn't feel it if you were spinning super fast or whatever. Like I don't have any evidence that Ronnie's asking, do you think this whole thing was a misunderstanding? I think that's totally possible. Again, from my perspective, Eric is not a bad guy, and I don't know Jake personally. Like I don't know how long you guys have known Jake or his character or whatever. I think who he presents himself is like, you know, I think that I could have a great chat with Jake and we could all get along too because we agree about most things. And I actually think he's a great entertainer. He's a funny guy or whatever.
Oh, he is. There's no question about that.
I don't watch sports, so I saw one of his videos where he was showing me like the NFL has like magnetic gloves and stuff. That blew my mind. It was so obvious. I was like, I knew that sports was like all fake and shit, but I didn't know how exactly, you know? So
Oh no,
I don't
it
know.
is.
I thought it was interesting.
As someone who used to, 24/7, 365, I can vouch for Jake on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree. The whole, like, it's all, entertainment or whatever. And it's all like bought and sold and all decided or whatever. But, yeah, personally, what I see is like it's two flat earthers talking about what are we arguing about? They all lie to us. Like everyone should be on, and then there's like this tribalism,
Or this.
It's just like I don't like that. I don't like that. Could they be best friends? I don't know. But can't you at least just be like respectful and be like, look, man, we disagree on this one thing. We agree on everything else, though. Or I don't know.
Okay. I think RY brought up a really good point. If Dubé really does feel these ways and he's a real person, even if he doesn't want to go live, how about he does what you're doing right now with the camera off, go and debate Jake on his channel?
I'm not like a representative of Eric. I'm kind of close to him as his friend, but I'm not here speaking on his behalf. I'm not his handler. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe it is more personal than I think it is, or something, or feelings were hurt, or there's something we saw privately that neither side is willing to tell us. Again, I don't know. I'm willing to talk to him about it. He's probably going to see this, and we'll talk about it. Why not? It's part of like my life. I'm excited for him and to hear his take on it. So I don't know. I mean, it's a possibility, I guess. But again, I'm not about to speak for Eric or set up a date or anything like that. I would, yeah, LaFleur, you don't need to do an expose on me or whatever. I'm not trying to ignore you. Sorry. I'm not used to reading chat and all that. I think you asked the chat earlier, and I'd be down, man. I'm just a guy.
All right, let's see what else there is.
You can call me a parasocial weirdo.
While you pay me to do it,
like we hang out.
super chat with IPS all day long.
Okay, there's another lie. He's trying to tie Jake with Infinite Plane Society, IPS.
Oh,
they don't get along. I don't think they don't like each other. The only thing IPS has ever done a good job on, and this is a thing where I did mistakenly, and Jake corrected me, where I blamed Eric. He has no involvement in this, and that's why, I apologized for that earlier tonight. And Jake corrected me on that. But like the other people, Sergeant Jaron and them, with the whole authentic intent thing, IPS was the only thing he did right was call out.
Can you tell me a bit more about this authentic intent stuff? It's like some pedo stuff with some flat earther guy?
Yes.
So
basically what happened was there was a whole thing where he raped a 14-year-old. Jaron and Karen, he was on Karen B's live. She was trying to back him. Dave Weiss backed him and basically shamed the 14-year-old. IPS, listen, I think he's a shill too, and there's a lot wrong with him. On that one particular subject, IPS, I thought, did a phenomenal job. Jake showed clips of that exact video of him proving, showing all that. And basically they protected him so he could be a big part of their conference. In one of their conferences.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's bad. From my understanding, Weiss is kind of at the head of these guys, like the whole evil gang or whatever of these fake flat earthers.
And IPS, I think his name is Tim Osmond. And like I said, I don't trust him on much, but on that one issue, he did a great job. And Jake, like I said, he showed clips of that video. And I'm willing to give credit where credit's due. So
Yeah, no, I remember you bringing it up in the chat or whatever, like, and I was just confused. I hadn't heard about it or anything like that.
Yeah, Eric Dubé and Jake corrected me. Eric has nothing to do with that, and Jake did say that, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's honorable, man. And saying that is like the hardest thing ever sometimes, right? I mean, to me, that shows that your intent is like honorable, right? You just want to get the story straight. And again,
Exactly.
I consider myself a truth seeker, and I bet you consider yourself a truth seeker, you know? And like part of this process is like we really only have ourselves and our own sense of discernment at the end of the day, right? Like who we trust and believe in, whatever. It's like, it's tough. You can't just tell someone, yeah, well, Eric's been good to me, so you should just trust him or whatever. But it's just like, it's my perspective. I don't know what to tell you, man. I play games with his wife. We all played Left 4 Dead 2 together. Like we chat about whatever. Like when Obsession came out, that movie or whatever, like we both saw it and then talked about it or whatever. You guys can call that whatever you want. I think it's cool. He doesn't have a lot of flat earth friends, and neither do I. So being able to just kind of be yourself with someone, like if you meet someone and you find out they're a flat earther, it's like you can take off that kind of mask. You know, you got to kind of wear that mask around like the normies or whatever. At least I feel like I have to, you know. So you can kind of be yourself. So it was super refreshing to me to like just be myself around someone, you know. And I think it was the same thing with Eric. So now we're just like we're pals. So when I saw like I'm subbed to Jake, I saw like some of his videos. I'm not like a super fan, and I haven't seen a lot of live stream, but I was just subbed to Jake because I don't know. I saw some of his older stuff. I was like, okay, he's like, but then I saw him doing like a live stream, and it was like I forgot what it was called, but it had like Eric's name and face in it, and it was like referencing how he's a shill or whatever. So I popped in. I asked the super chat. I'm like, what do you think about Eric Dubé? And then that's what started this whole ruckus. Basically, I super chatted Jake, asked him, what do you think about Eric Dubé? And then he responded, and then Eric responded to that or whatever, and he posted like our discussion about it. And it's all stemmed from there. Yeah. Which, I mean, it is what it is. But like I knew going into this, the reason I agreed is because it's like I know I'm just some guy, man. Everyone has this idea of like he's gonna be some fed, some shill, some whatever or whatever. And like again, I understand anyone having their guard up. Like I do too. Again, you know, but it is what it is. I know that I'm an authentic person, and from my perspective, you could say, yeah, maybe Eric is setting me up for some deception. But like again, he doesn't ask me for money. He doesn't ask me for whatever. We literally just talk about life. It's cool. From my perspective, how surreal is that? Like being able to talk to one of the people that helped awaken you, you know, it's a cool experience.
I mean, I get it. And that's what kind of got Jake to start. And then it was like, that doesn't mean you have to always think that he's innocent. So like my partial awakening, I guess, you know, was, you know, you have to start with like a piece of something. You know what I mean? So what was that little piece for me was knowing all the media was fake. And that was,
yeah,
you know, the character, the current president, who's a character and is fake and everything else. But at the time, you know, because I believed everything, but that little bit. And then once I saw Jake, woke me up.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
I like, you know,
like growing up, I heard stuff like, oh, Bush did 9/11 or whatever, you know, did 9/11. I had heard kind of stuff like that, but it didn't really equate with me. I was like, whatever. I kind of had an idea, like I had this distrust of government. I always thought my whole life, like nothing really seems to get better. You know, you're like this whole tax system is like stupid. You get taxed on all the money you make, and then you go to the store to spend that what little you have, and then they tax you more on the stuff you buy. It's like this full ass. Meanwhile, they print it out of thin air, right? So it's like this total nonsense system. I felt my whole life. I don't know how everyone doesn't feel this. How are we not all waking up? Because deep down, we've spent our lives as slaves. I don't know about you. I was forced to go to school by my parents. They made me go to school 5 days a week. Then I had to go to work 5 days a week or whatever. I spent 5/7 of my life as a slave to this system for nothing, right? It's like I want to break that system. There's kids out there getting abused. There's kids out there that are currently in, and I'm old enough now. I have a niece, and I see her. Like my family's not all flat earthers. I don't know if how your family situation is, but
not
like
at all. I'm the only one.
So it's like they're sending my niece to school, man. How do I feel? I see her watching Peppa Pig and she's going to the museum with dinosaurs and there's an astronaut and the little globe shit. And, so it's like she's being infected with that poison, which is like, that pisses me off. We got to dismantle this whole system, man. And Eric can't do that alone. And Jake can't do that alone. And I can't do that alone. But like together we could, but there is no together. There's so many roadblocks between us and together, but it's sad.
Yeah, I think Eric Dubé's full of crap. But I'm gonna play a little bit more.
Flat Earth asshole. Yeah. Oh, and now that I'm back, now that I've fucked all the flat Earth chicks I could are all around America.
He's making it out like Jake forces sex on women. You see, this is going way too far.
He's just saying, yeah, I get pussy. He's just saying, yeah, whatever, bro. And Jake's a good-looking guy, bro. You're telling me he didn't hit. I don't know what he did, but I'm saying if he was going around, you're telling me there's girls wouldn't like him or
that would do that.
I don't know where this is stemming from, for example.
No,
I don't know where this
Eric
is
went way overboard here.
I mean, you could say that. And I'm sure Patricia Steer doesn't like them. Nobody would like to see this mockery of themselves or whatever, right? So I can understand that. And I can understand Jake being like, fuck that guy. He made me look like this, or when I'm not, that would piss me off, And, but I don't know, man. He's a human being too, right? From his perspective, he gets called a shill and he knows he's not a shill. So he's like, anyone calling me a shill must be a shill, right? So it's like this kind of shill, show off, standoff or whatever.
What am I going to do? I'm going to call out the AE map. The AE map is fucked, all right? It's wrong, okay? I decided. You know how I decided? Some guy from Australia sent me a compass, and it was like southwest slightly.
He didn't explain it at all. See, this is him not wanting to admit that he was wrong. He's taking it out of context. He's taking it out of context. He knows he's taking it out of context. Dude.
Yeah, well, he's making fun of it, right?
The guy didn't send a compass. He showed the data and it matched. So Eric, if he were to have been honorable, he would have been like, hey, wait a minute. Do I have a subscriber from down there? Oh, if I do, let's have him do the same experiment and let's see what. No, he did this instead. So you see, he doesn't care about being honest.
But there's
he cares about pushing an AE map. That's what he cares about because the government tells him to. He's controlled opposition.
Dude, I just feel like if Eric is a government shill, he really kind of blew the lid off of a whole bunch of these topics, and he went quite far in his little truther awakening, to somehow be a shill over this one sun, two sun thing. In my opinion, also, what do you think of the Arctic sun in the north? There's a 24-hour sun in the north, and that's a thing that regular people have filmed. It's not like a government thing. It's not like TFE footage or whatever where the footage doesn't exist or whatever. From my understanding, there's just hundreds of videos of people in a time lapse where you can, from the North Pole, aka the center of the AE map, I guess, you can see the sun as you look around or whatever. From my understanding, I haven't done it, but my understanding is that footage exists.
But you know who else believes what Eric Dubé's telling you is this guy named RV. And you know what part of that principle is? Part of that principle is when the sun sets, it shrinks into a tiny dot. Now, I have a question for you. Have you ever seen it shrink into a tiny dot? Ever?
No, I haven't in my personal sphere of vision, but I've also never looked at it with a solar filter or whatever with my own eyes. I've never
a tiny dot. No, they're saying it shrinks into a tiny dot, and that's how you see it, which is not true. And you just admitted that you don't see it that way. And I thank you for being honest.
Yeah, I mean, we all see the same sun. I can't lie to you about like what the human experience is, but I don't deny that the creator could even find some way where it could retain its angle or something. I don't know, man. It's just like a light in the sky. To me, it's like such a the angles of the sun is like 0.01% of like the picture of like what the important stuff we all need to be on the same page on or whatever. Like personally, I feel like they have it feels almost so forced to me that they need to have something to fight over or whatever, and it's this, bro. I wouldn't give a shit if you came to me tomorrow. If we were both flat earthers, you came to me tomorrow. Hey, the angle of the sun looks wrong. Maybe our map is wrong. It'd be like shit. Maybe. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe, right? But like that's it. I wouldn't go to war. Now you're a retard and we can't be friends and we gotta hate each other or whatever for 10 years. Like I don't know, right?
And did he really have to dress like a girl? I mean, did he really?
It's a pillowcase. It's a pillow. I don't know if he didn't have to do that. He clearly is having fun being these characters or whatever. And I think the impressions are actually pretty funny. So
I guess
Jake
was right that it was a humiliation ritual. That's my opinion of it.
Yeah, I can see that perspective, but you can say humiliation ritual about anything, man. Jake wears the stupid ass hat and whatever, so it's like that's humiliation ritual, bro. They want to.
It's not a stupid hat. Do you actually know the story behind that hat?
No, but I'm just again.
His band. It was like a psychedelic themed band, and they all had those hats.
Yeah, I mean, cool. It's
That was
cool
the thing
story.
with it. So
again, but you
it's
can
not
see
like
how like an outsider, but like an outsider could pick on something like that, right? Like Jake has to pick on Eric for something, so he found this like 8-year-old video where he's making fun about these women in flat Earth or whatever, and he's throwing when he's throwing up 666s and devil fingers, he's mocking, he's impersonating someone. That's what those women were doing, right? And then like part of the funniness is this little the physical part or whatever. Like I don't know, bro. I wasn't the guy. I didn't tell him to make this, and I think it's funny. I think his impressions are funny. They're just impressions, right? So it's like,
yeah.
And it's not like he has done this regularly.
I don't think that was just an impression.
Right.
He did with Jake went way too far.
If
That
you're
was
able
not an
to bring
impression.
up
that was
this,
him trying to slander him.
Okay, man.
And rightfully
Then
so. Afterwards, Jake called him a shill, which he should call him a shill.
Can I bring up something I really didn't like seeing about Jake? Then, if we're just all airing it out, then because I saw this video about Jake like 4 years ago talking to this guy outside of a 7-Eleven, and he was not nice at all. And I think anyone who sees that video would be disgusted with his behavior. He was really rude. I don't know if you know what I'm talking
brought
about.
that up tonight. Jake admitted it. He brought it
He was
up.
like, bro, it was
That
4
was
years
one
ago.
thing.
So what? Bro, I have ketchup in my fridge 4 years ago. You telling me he's changed or whatever? I'm saying he could still be I don't know what kind of change of heart he's had. Has he found God? And he's like, I want to follow the path of mercy and I seek forgiveness.
Overall, he's a nice guy.
I don't deny that he's an ass guy. And I also think that the asshole thing or like his kind of like jerky, I think that's part of like, he's like a character or whatever. And part of his thing is being like confrontational. And as someone who's also confrontational, like I understand that and I recognize that. But like, dude, I would never talk to a person like that who was asking hey, can I use your phone real quick to make a call? I would never start berating them and being like, you're broke and you're not getting my money. That's the type of shit he was saying. It was like, it was bad. I didn't like that. It was gross to me. Like, I would just be like, yeah, man, let me call for you or whatever. I don't know what this situation this guy's in. It was some white guy. He didn't even look scary or dangerous or anything. It looked like some white guy just sitting on the curb. But like, I don't know. That like to me, that showed me a character that I did not like seeing.
Here. I agree with Rumford here. So Jake did admit he was wrong. So why can't Eric admit he was wrong on his AE claims too?
Again,
but he
doesn't. Don't know if Eric thinks he's wrong, and you guys are coming with this presupposed all of what we
showed factual evidence that he's wrong multiple times.
But like, what if there's an explanation?
Out.
But what if there's an explanation? What if the evidence could be interpreted in multiple ways? What if you could reach that evidence in different ways?
What he's shown is total crap.
What if the conclusions you draw from that evidence are incorrect? While the evidence is real and you have the real readings or whatever, what if there's possibly something that we don't fully understand about the way that the lights in the sky work because it's this super complex and advanced thing? Like, I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm not saying that Eric is gonna, have a total change of heart and everything. Again, I'm not like, I'm just his friend. I'm just a third party, who is witnessing this from the outside. And my hopes and dreams are that everyone will be a flat earther. We all are flat earthers. I just want everyone to be on the same page.
Wait.
What the hell is this ad? I don't want this.
It's an ad.
Oh, yeah, it's an ad.
Yeah. Like these videos.
So that's not the only time it's happened for everyone watching, by the way.
Yeah.
Here's Eric dressing up as a woman again.
Yeah. But like he's making fun of Orphan Red. If you've seen Orphan Red, though, she's like a disgusting character who was so fake and stuff. So he's just calling out her fakeness and acting exactly like her.
Yeah, but you can call it out without dressing like that.
I get that. Whatever, bro. He's not ashamed of his body, and he put on a pillowcase, and he did a little thing with his hair. I get that, and I can see how you can go humiliation ritual because it's true. They make black men wear dresses and all that stuff, and it's like literally like a whatever initiation thing where you must humiliate yourself, But like, I also think that he was just mocking a bunch of people who, were literally calling him shills. We're saying he doesn't play nice with them and stuff. You'll see how go to someone who is a shill and ask them about Eric Dubé. They don't say, "Oh yeah, he's our boy. He's one of us, man. He shows up to all the FEICs. He was there at TFE. He was there."
They pretend to hate each other, just like Jaron and Dave. Jaron and Dave now pretend to hate each other. We know they don't hate each other. They love each other to this day.
That's true. Like I get it, right? Everything could be an actor, and we could all. It's just like from my perspective, I've played games with this guy for a year, man, and he's upkept this persona of just like what he's just Eric Dubé, man. He's just like a guy like us. Like he's got all the same, quirks that all the human beings have. So, like to me, I personally know he's not some kind of like plant or whatever because I understand where he gets his funding from. I understand all that kind of stuff, but where it's all done through like basically the support of like his fan base or whatever. So it's like I knew where he was living. We were chatting about everything, man. Like we're friends. So it's like he hasn't been cruel to me. He hasn't been disingenuous to me. He takes all my questions or whatever in an honest way, So it's like, and basically we don't agree on a model. I don't think that you think that there's a complete model of this way. I haven't even seen Jake present, by the way. I've seen Jake say the spinning sun and moon above the earth model is debunked. I haven't seen him like show what model he thinks is like better though, And I understand that those are two separate things. You can debunk a model. You don't need to replace it or whatever. But it's just like I haven't seen a replacement for the idea of multiple suns or moons or whatever that is compelling to me personally.
Yeah. Now, Eric, there's a lot wrong with him. So just because you play video games with him doesn't mean for sure that he's legit. So I used to be with someone who now is part of the fake football world. Do I think he's legit? No. I think he plays fake football.
Right. Like they're a pro or whatever.
Because, I was friends with them. No, I'm going to be honest. Yes. I think he's part. I mean, obviously it's fixed. He's part of that club.
Maybe you think they all are in on it and they're all debriefed on like, all right, guys, we got to fake the game today, or you think they're able to just
there's
talk
no
to
doubt all the players are in on it. There's no question about that at all.
You think part of getting to like the NFL is like you've got to write
Once
that
you're
contract?
in college, yes. High school is real, but once you go to college,
that's where they get you.
Yeah. Yep. That's where they get you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally open to that. personally. Like, I think that all of these weird, like, they're getting $20 million contracts and these retarded amounts of money just to distract millions of people. You know, that's what they're paid for. Plus, probably to keep hush hush about all of the stuff that we don't see, like the rigged and the whatever. And yeah, I totally agree. I mean, sports, I think, is all distraction. Politics, I think, is all distraction. The news is so simple, bro. Who owns the news channels? You ask yourself, you go down that rabbit hole and you're like, wait a minute. Why would I ever believe anything the news says or whatever? It's just a story. It's just a TV channel. You're telling me all the TV channels are obviously fake except the news? That's the real one? Like, okay, buddy. Like, you know, once that clicks, you're like, it's all fake. But then there's 150 million voters in America, 150 million people, man, that still believe the story, that still believe their votes are going to change who the president is. The leader of the most powerful country on earth is going to change every 4 years based on my vote and your vote. Like, okay, that's like total distraction, illusion. He likes his body. He loves it. Bro, I'm just saying it's a pillowcase, for one. And he was impersonating women, so he did that. It is what it is. He was appearing feminine because he was portraying a woman in the mockery. You can say, oh, I wouldn't do that or whatever, but I mean, all right, he did. I don't see anything wrong with him clapping back at people. Like, okay, from Eric's perspective, someone comes into your chat and starts calling you a shill over something, right? And maybe you didn't do your due diligence. Maybe you did, right? Again, I think that it's a normal reaction to be like, fuck this guy. What does he know, right? I'm legit. You know, he knows he's legit. So at least that's how I would approach things. If someone tried to call me a shill, I'd be like, dude, you don't know. I've fought more for flat Earth than the average person. You know, like I'm dedicated my whole life trying to dismantle this whole system, man. Trying to reach as many people. That's why I agreed to come here, because I'm just a guy. Like trying to talk about all the most important stuff, you know, like they're abusing children. That's my thing, man. There's kids right now that are being abused, tortured, sacrificed, eaten, bought and sold. Like, that's bad. We got to stop that.
Yeah, but it's not like, Epstein. The whole Epstein thing's fake.
Sure. But like there's a million people that are Epstein tier and above and all that. And like maybe Epstein's the fake little goy version story that we get. But what's important is, yeah, all our politicians are in on it. I literally was there as Pizzagate was happening. I don't know if you're familiar with Pizzagate, like the WikiLeaks thing with Hillary Clinton's emails or whatever. Like some people are going to say, oh, that's all fake. That's all fake. Hillary Clinton's not real, blah, 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 blah. Bro, I don't know what to tell you, man. I was there as they were rewriting the news live, trying to say shit like there's no basement at the pizza parlor while we have articles about how they get like 30 tons of tomatoes for their basement in the pizza parlor and stuff. I was seeing all the connections. I was seeing all of they were editing all of the boy love logos out of their pizza parlors and stuff. Like I saw it happening live or whatever. All of those weird emails where they're talking about hot dogs and pizzas and all that stuff. And it's like, that's terminology that it's just like openly known now that it's like child sex abuse terminology. I was there as it was happening. So it's like, you could say that's all fake or whatever, but I don't know. I think that this Hillary Clinton person is still like someone on TV. And I think that actor or person like eats kids. I think Barack Obama eats kids.
I mean, I think they all do, but
yeah,
it's not. But the stuff they tell you on the news is fake, so they can cover up their real stories.
They tried their hardest to cover it up, and even now they say if you Google Pizzagate, it's all debunked allegedly and stuff too. So they have, as far as they're concerned, they have covered it up. And then the average person who I talked to Pizzagate about is like, "Oh, isn't that shit debunked? That's all whatever." I'm like, "No, man, that shit's legit," because they don't want people to have a hook into realizing, wait a minute, there's something credible there with like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. It was pictures that I saw too, and it was like the same tables that were underground with the kids on them were used as like ping pong tables, and there's Barack Obama playing ping pong with a kid at Comet Ping Pong.
I have a question for you. You were saying I was there regarding Pizzagate.
Okay.
So what did you see?
Okay, when I was there, what I mean is like the leaks were happening on 4chan on the poll board. I don't know if you guys go to it or know about it or whatever, but there were a bunch of threads basically as it was unveiling, right? People were posting the emails. There was constant Pizzagate threads or whatever. And people were talking about, holy shit, look at this news article trying to erase history, trying to change this. Guys, what does this mean? There were literally
so
people
you weren't actually there then.
Well, what do you mean actually there? I mean, as it was happening, I was seeing the news articles live in 2016 as they were trying to edit the news, as they were trying to change the story about what's going on at these pizza places, about was Hillary Clinton associated or not associated, Barack Obama, like I was quote unquote there. I wasn't like the guy who worked at WikiLeaks.
You made it sound like you were physically there.
No. I was present as that situation was unfolding, and I was able to see with my own eyes the way that they're trying to edit the news in front of our face, right?
But the news is fake, just like
you could think that, but there is a real world out there, right? There's actually a real world out there.
They lie, just like they're lying about extraterrestrials,
right?
Just
so
like they're lying about elections.
The overall plot,
just like they're lying about everything else. So why
the
do
overall plot is a lie?
Trust anything that they say?
The overall plot is a lie, and under it is a bunch of people who believe the lie. They're not necessarily in on the lie. Not every single person, every single reporter, every single whatever. There's the illusion of independent reporters and stuff like that, right? Not everyone is in on the lie. Same thing. Bro, same thing with the globe thing. Is every scientist in on it? Is every single no, they don't need to all be in on it, right? They just believe the lie, right? It's the same thing. Same thing with the news. You think the news anchors are CIA trained? Some of them,
yes.
Yeah. Some of them,
absolutely, all of them.
But some of them are just women who are just reading a teleprompter, and that's what they do, and that they just know that that's their job. They don't go to these Masonic meetings, and they're told you're going to spread this level of information or whatever.
They plan this in advance. Yes,
I think that they plan the major story beats. 5 years in advance or whatever, but the people that are delivering the news, the guy who's holding the camera, you think he's in on it, and the sound crew and everybody in it, no,
especially on TV. Yes, absolutely, they all are in on it.
I think they're real people, and I also think that we would have way more whistleblowers and people coming forth if they weren't real people, right? They all believe the lie. It is what it is. So the same thing with the Globe. It's the same thing with the Globe.
Actually, and I would even argue some of those news anchors on TV are trans and pretend to be their gender.
Oh, for sure. There's a huge weird tranny thing going on with I think Barack Obama, Michelle Obama is probably a man.
There's no doubt on that one.
Yeah, the French president. I mean, look at her back, dude. You look at her from the back, or her quote unquote from the back. I'm like, that's a big ass black man, right? My eyes are showing me reality. Macron's wife, I've saw cases for her being a man. There's this weird transsexual agenda, bro. That's they are pushing and I think that's all satanic. The Talmud or whatever, the Jewish mystic text has 17 genders, and Baphomet is depicted as a male with tits or whatever. I personally think that it's tied to that, satanic. The whole tranny agenda, the whole gay agenda, I think was they had to make everything gay first to pervert society, so that they can then make everything tranny, because they needed a perverted society to accept that. If you brought up this tranny agenda after World War II or something, they'd be like, "What the fuck? No, we're not doing any of this shit." So you need to slowly kind of corrupt society, which is the reason Jews have been kicked out of 116 countries or whatever over 1,000 years. Got it to say out loud that he doesn't believe the news is scripted. Bro. That's so far
from
the truth, man.
You did say it. You did say that you disagreed with me.
I think that basically all the major story beats, the war in Israel and Palestine, that's all fake and gay. But if you go to the news and it shows you your local news, and it's the local dog.
Oh,
the local farm had a little whatever today. That's all real, bro. They need people to sell the illusion that it's real, right? So they have a real guy go on you're going to go do a little story on this new bakery that's opening up. And he's like, okay, I'm a reporter. I mean, it depends which cameraman, bro. The cameraman at Palestine who's allegedly reporting on a war is in on it. That footage is all fake or whatever. But at the local level, it's real, bro.
The local stuff's fake too.
You got to have real people. If you're telling me that basically everyone in every job then that's related to politics and whatnot.
Okay, wait a minute. There are occasionally true local news stories, but they're rare.
Right. They got to sprinkle some rare ones. If it was all fake all the time, nobody would believe it.
Quote unquote bear. And I was showing it last week. Fake photos. People are laughing, not treating it as if it was real. So, come on.
I mean, yeah. I would agree with that. But I agree with you. You're telling me I do not believe the news is real. I do not believe anyone should be reading the news to be informed. I think you're making a mistake. It's clearly a TV channel. All these guys, I don't even know the name of that actor, but or the anchor, I guess. You were showing him earlier, the Fox News guy that was showing that UFO thing with the slick back black hair.
He's
That
in
dude,
on it.
100% CIA plant, like 100,000% CIA plant. I think like Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart and these guys who are like I'm
Cenk
just
Uygur.
yeah, like these kind of little talking. I'm just a chill guy talking about the whatever anti-establishment. Like you can trust me. I'm Stephen Colbert. Like I think that's all. They're all actors, you know. But like again, they need to have some real people to sell the lie. Everyone can't be in on the lie, or it's just too big of a lie at that point.
No, okay. And that's where Jake proves that theory wrong. They can. This is what they do. No, seriously, this is what they do. They make them sign non-disclosure agreements. If you dare speak out, we will threaten you, your family, and take all your assets away, including your house. They can easily threaten people. So yes, everyone's in on
that. But like you don't think like there'd be deathbed confessions or just some people who don't care anymore, like their conscience can't take it anymore or anything
because
like
they're
that.
promised to have such a great life.
Bro, he's a random cameraman. It's some shit. Nobody knows a cameraman who filmed the fucking Palestine,
You're right,
whatever.
but they live in mansions. They get things. They get promised things.
I think that's true for like, let's say everybody in the Senate or like everybody at like the upper, you see all those guys on TV acting, right? Like back and forth, like they're politicians or whatever. I think, sure, yeah, that's all true. And maybe their handlers and whatever, their little assistants too, you know, like, but I don't know. I just feel like if there were that many people in on the lie, I believe like humanity is not so corrupt. I think that some people would just have a conscience. They'd be like, I don't give a fuck about the consequences, bro. I think I'd be that type of person. Maybe. I don't know, man. I just have the spirit of rebellion in me. And if you tell me not to do something, I want to do it twice. So if they start to tell me you can't talk about this thing, I want to talk about it. I want everybody to know about it. I'd have some kind of dead man files. The way people do it is all bullshit too. They have all these fake whistleblowers, right? Where they're like, they do a tweet that's like, tomorrow I will drop some major files and it will be crazy. You know, I wouldn't do that shit. I would just boom, everyone gets it all the time. All the shit that I have on them, all of the dirt or whatever, you know, it's like, it's totally, I don't know. I feel like there would be enough. I'd feel like there'd be some whistleblowers if people were in on it to that scale personally. I think you need to have some real people doing some fake ass shit. You give them some fake ass. You're going to go to the farm today, do a little report on the farm or whatever, and they go and they do it. And then they go and they say, I'm a real person. Yeah, the news is real. I'm a real person. Of course. I did the thing on the farm. You know, they need people like that to vouch for the system. You know,
they can fake a farm thing too.
They could, man. They could. But it's also, we have farms and you could just, you know, you want the society to participate and believe in the lie as well, right? You're trying to delude the masses. So you need to mix it in and you need to have a live event on the street during New Year's Eve or whatever, you know, and like people will, you know, is this guy follow of Christ? Yeah, man. My life was transformed by the teachings of Christ. And it's like amazing. I never thought I would be. But the more I read scripture, the more I was like, this is just a book talking about the world we live in. How do you feel about like giants? Do you think giants used to exist? I do. Like giant human beings?
Probably way back in the day. And we shrunk. LaFleur was talking about that.
I mean, I think that's a very interesting
shout out
topic.
To LaFleur, by the way, a while ago on his layer.
Yeah, shout outs to LaFleur. He wanted the chat earlier, and like I'm down or whatever. Yeah, I think giants is an interesting topic, which the Bible talks on. There was even like the Vatican Church, which I think is evil, tried to remove from the Bible the book of giants, the book of Enoch. Like it's interesting. It feels to me as though if you look at all ancient history, for example, look at the Greeks, and they had like Zeus, and they had this thing called the Clash of the Titans, where these giants fought each other. These things that were allegedly they were half god and half men would like fight each other to the death, kind of, and they had all these kind of human-like traits. They were all jealous and shit. Clash of the Titans, giants fighting each other. You look in the Bible, giants fighting each other, the Nephilim. You look at like ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. It's like a bunch of normal-sized people worshiping like a giant-sized person. So it's like all over the world. In like the Thai temples, Eric was actually the one who showed me. There's like these, I don't know the name, it's like some Thai name, but on these Thai temples, there's like these depictions of giants basically on the wall and stuff. So it's like, it's all over the world, man. I don't know. So it was very interesting to me. To me, the scriptures are the only book that will talk about giants, motionless earth being the center of the universe, a creator, and also like the Jew problem, the synagogue of Satan and all that stuff, you know. And then also, alternatively, if you go down kind of the research of like, you go into the occult and secret societies and what do the Rothschilds believe and stuff like that, it's all Satan worship. So it's like, if all of these evil guys believe in Satan, it's kind of like, are they just like LARPing? Are they just pretending? I don't think so. I think that Satan's real, which means that the other part of that same coin is real, right? Like Christ and everything. Like it's a whole, how come you can't put the word Jesus on a Coke can, on the personalized Coke can? Or how come you can't, in music artists in their contracts, they're not able to say the word Jesus or talk about Christ, you know? They're like, why is that? Because it's like a super satanic world, in my opinion. And like that satanic influence has been there our whole lives. Epic of Gilgamesh is another crazy thing, bro. Epic of Gilgamesh, another story about a man who is like, I think he's 2/3 man, 1/3 God. He's this giant guy. It's the oldest human text we have. And you're telling me it's like a fiction? You're telling me so like 5,000 years ago, they were writing fiction books? They were so good at writing. They weren't just writing like military books and like cookbooks and how to build a house or whatever. They were writing fictions about the Gilgamesh who walked around and it's all just fiction. Like, I don't know, man. I think that there were giants that existed. There's giant monuments everywhere, pyramids, giant ass churches with like 20-foot doors. There was like floods in I think it was like Arizona, and it unveiled like these huge ass tombs that were like under they weren't just 6 feet deep. They were like, I don't know, like 15 or 20 feet deep, but it was like these huge tombs that were like 15 feet tall. I don't know. It seems to me as though there's giants everywhere. So to me, scripture is like very interesting book talking about the world we live in, and like changes the way you look at life. There's an afterlife, man. You're not just a human. Like you're like a soul having a human experience, and like this life is not that big of a deal because it's all just like part of this little creation, little game that God made for us to enjoy, which is like, how cool is that? How cool is that? Like that information changed my life. Before then I was like scared of death. Now I'm like, I welcome it. Not welcome it. I want to live my life or whatever, but I mean, it's a cool world. Way cooler than the shit that I believed growing up. You're just a monkey born to die for no reason. Like they're trying to demoralize you and hide that from you, in my opinion.
Well, that's the thing, though. I think you're giving the news too much credit by saying not everyone's in on it. I think, especially
bro, even you admitted they do local things or whatever. So I mean,
every once in a while, that's local though.
I got you. Oh, bro, I got you admitting it. Like that's not fair, right? I agree that it's overwhelmingly scripted. I'm not trying to say go believe the news. Like, trust me, I'm not trying to say that. There's no reason for you to put the TV on in general, let alone go to the news channel, unless I think there is value in kind of watching it to see the psyop, right? You want to see the direction of like because there's real people dying, I think, around the world because of the
they don't ever
wars.
show that.
Yeah, exactly.
On national, they don't ever show that.
So it's like I want to see the direction they are steering the story. Again, I think we're all anticipating some kind of fake UFO invasion thing soon, and like I don't know, they're hyping that up. That's kind of ramping up.
They are hyping that up.
So I'm curious what that's going to be like. I have also seen people suggest that they're able to they're going to make the alien kind of look like Christ. Maybe what if they make it look like Christ is coming down from the heavens?
They're not going to do that.
You know, I'm just saying I don't know what capabilities they have. I don't think that that's necessarily possible to make it super realistic or anything, but I do think that they are capable of doing some kind of false flag inside job. They might destroy like a city, say it was aliens. They say, we need to unite humanity against these aliens, guys. And that's how they're going to enslave humanity, basically. I think that that's a possibility anyways.
Yeah. I mean, you still said, though, that you were you were there for the whole pizza.
I was there on the internet as those emails were leaked, right? So the day they were leaked, people were going through them and posting emails from there. So you could say that that's all fake, right?
It probably
was
is.
tied. Sure, but it was tied to a real physical place called Comet Pizza, who was owned by a real Rothschild who has a fake name, James Alefantis, which is like, if you know French, it's like J'aime les enfants. His name is literally like I love kids in French, basically. It's like this crazy Rothschild who is like tied to all this. So it's like, I don't know, man. And again, I know that they are abusing kids. I've seen the pictures and they use the same tables. Like, it's like the same loadout basically, and in the child abuse pictures, like this guy Jimmy Comet is what he went by. He was like tweeting pictures called like Murder Room. Look at his Instagram. He was on his Instagram. This guy who owns a pizza parlor. He had like little girls with their hands taped. He had like little girls with signs on them that said like $500.
They may have used that building to do their scripted crap. Because they've done that before. They've used buildings to make it look real.
Sure, but what benefit do they have to trick people into thinking there's kind of maybe a real child trafficking thing going on? Wouldn't it just be better to not bring it up at all and not put that in the minds of people at all?
I know why. I know why. Why it's good for them. They can regulate us more. Why do you think
you could say?
Why do you think they fake shootings? To take away our Second Amendment.
I agree with that. I totally agree with that, and I wouldn't deny
buildings when they're off school and pretend like they're in school.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like you look into like Sandy Hook and stuff was like super fake, right? I'm pretty sure like the FBI prevented and they like demolished the school before the investigation was even finished. There was like it was like all sorts of nonsense. There was this documentary I saw, like we need to talk about Sandy Hook, that was like 2 hours or something, and it was talking to the locals there and shit, and they're all my conclusion is fake. The Las Vegas massacre is like another one. The largest mass shooting in US history was like allegedly it was one guy who shot from 29 different rifles out of a Vegas window, even though there's video footage. I have video footage saved on my computer. It's like from a helicopter. There's like a guy with a chain machine gun shooting into the crowd. You can at least see the muzzle flash of like a chain like military gun mounted on a helicopter shooting really fast into the crowd at Las Vegas. Because they wanted to push for more gun control. They were about to introduce they wanted everyone to be to feel like it's dangerous because they were about to introduce metal detectors everywhere. After the Las Vegas massacre, they put metal detectors in every casino, every school, every government building. They went all out. And you look into who makes those metal detectors, and it's like some Rothschild dude. There's only like two companies, and they merge into one, and it's like some Jewish influencer. So I 100% agree with you that they fake school shootings, they fake news all the time for their own benefit. So I could see that angle of like, I also think that if let's say there's footage now of like Trump doing something to like a kid, they're going to be able to say, oh, that's AI. We can't trust anything anymore. We need to like crack down on people's ability to probably use AI or something like that. They're going to add a bunch of restrictions. They're going to try to pretend that like, what you're seeing isn't real and stuff like that. I think that it's all they have all these convenient little exits and loopholes,
Yeah, and I have to agree with JP Crucino. I'm Jack P. Nimble here on this one. I knew there was something strange about it. Yeah, there are strange websites on pizza, Planet Pizza.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. And like seeing that, it's actually, I think, what really planted the seed that would lead to me being radicalized, like you were talking about yourself. For me, it was Pizzagate. And it was this moment where I'm like, I'm seeing all these big names. Hillary Clinton. I'm like, wait a minute. Barack Obama's in this, and he's raping kids. I was like, I thought
those are not their real names, probably.
Right. But I was like, until that point, I had believed the story, right? I didn't know that it was all fake and shit. I was just like, So I was like, wait a minute, Barack Obama's raping kids and like nobody's talking about this and nobody's getting in trouble. That made me realize the news is all fake and shit. There's something deeply wrong with our evil government, And then that was kind of confirmed now, in my opinion, with like, you just see the way things are in the government, right?
Is my internet? Okay, there we go. But at the same time, does Eric ever talk about people being replaced? Alex Jones has been replaced. It's not the same person playing his role anymore. Same thing with Biden. Many people played him. AI has played the role of Biden.
Yeah, I've seen
Same
that
with-
too. When it
He's
comes
never-
to, sorry, when
Never
it comes to
addressed
Eric
that.
Dubay,
Eric, I don't think has ever addressed that.
no, I don't think he has either in a video. I'll tell you, like personally, I asked him last week because I actually didn't really know about this is Bill Hicks, Alex Jones thing. It was actually kind of new to me. So I asked him, I'm like, do you think Bill Hicks is Alex Jones? And he was like, he told me that he did personally, and that like it was like a whole thing or whatever. And I kind of just believed him at face value. I didn't know enough about it, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Eric likes to try to stick to the facts because he believes that his channel should serve as like a neutral source of information without a bias, without any sort of guesswork, just pure information that you can use for yourself to prove things for yourself kind of thing. So I think that he knows that there is some sort of like, I've heard stuff like clones report the news, or like the royal family is like cloned or like replaced. And I mean, I think it's definitely happened. What happened with Jim Carrey, bro? You know, like that's that, you know, I don't personally
both
know
stories
enough.
are fake. So there's
Yeah.
two stories. The one is that he was not replaced. That's fake. And then there's this supermodel thing that replaced him. That's fake too.
Oh, yeah, I saw some shit that was like, it was like a French, he was like a special effects guy and he was doing like,
Yeah,
that's
he
all
was
bullshit.
not it.
No way, man. They definitely like killed his ass, and that's like some weird ass like I don't know, bro, failed clone or like a weird actor that they did plastic surgery on or something. But yeah, I mean, I agree that there's like a weird. I think it's just like it's hard to find anything really concrete on stuff like clones. I think it's a thing that we all kind of like accept as like, yeah, I could totally see that. They openly talk about how they clone like animals, like lamb, I think, or sheep or something. They're able to clone. So why wouldn't they be able to do humans, man? And again, this is like scripture, where scripture is interesting. It says that the Nephilim, like the demons, were really good at gene splicing, and they were able. It says like all flesh was corrupted, even the animals. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're able to kind of like stitch animals together or find ways to like clone humans or something. Who knows what's really possible, right? So it's like, yeah, I'm open to that too, and I think Eric is very open to that too, from what we have discussed. But again, it's hard to just make a video like that because I think it could potentially hurt his credibility if you're kind of like only half sure about something and you don't have anything really concrete for people to latch onto. That's not really his style.
Well,
Usually
there's
he's like
concrete about some of it, and Eric should, if he was the Alex Jones thing, whoever's playing his role now, it's not Bill Hicks anymore. That is a guarantee.
Yeah, that's news to me
it
too.
is
Like
totally different.
I saw in the pictures Jake showed today, whoever that most recent Alex Jones was didn't even look close to like the one that I know in my head, you know.
But my question is, why hasn't Eric brought that up, or at least pointed at the fact that he looks different?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he will. Maybe I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I'll ask him maybe if he has like a video on Bill Hicks. Maybe there's just nothing that he deems is like 100% concrete enough or anything to be able to say, you know what, like here's my stance or whatever. It's also kind of like calling in, like he's starting war now with like the real. I mean, I think he is at war with all these like Masonic agents or whatever. But when you're calling out people like the Alex Jones guys directly, and you're like, you have that level of influence. I don't know. I think that's kind of inviting kind of danger personally. Like I wouldn't want to use my real name and face and be accusing like these guys to their faces, you know. But that's me personally. I don't know. I think that's his take though. He won't do a video unless he's like really, really, really certain about a topic and he feels as though he has compelling evidence to convince others that, this is something worth investigating.
Well, I think he's purposely not wanting to talk about it. JP Crisino, I don't actually know who Matthew North is, so you'll have to explain that to me.
Like I would do something like that. Is I like to just talk about random shit, you know. It's like, but it's all through the lens of like I don't really know everything, and it's just my perspective of someone trying to figure it out. I'm just sharing my notes, you know. And I think it would be cool if Eric would share his notes on some of this stuff. You know, I'd love to
I
hear.
think it
his
would
take
be a
on
good
it.
idea if Eric went live on Jake to debate him. But I know he won't do that.
Debates are just not an effective way to communicate, man. It's like such a hostile environment. A debate needs a moderator.
Or he goes live on his channel one time. And
bro, you need to have a very base and neutral moderator who is not picking sides, who is not letting one side speak more than another. And again, what are they going to debate? Is he a shill and he's going to go and defend his honor or whatever? Why? Why would he care about the opinion of others at that point? He knows he's legit, right? So from his perspective, what does he have to prove to anybody?
A fake sun angle, which he knows he's wrong, and he knows he's wrong. He knows completely that he's wrong, and he keeps going with it and going with it and going with it and going with it.
I don't know if that's true because I've seen him rebut that. So I'm pretty sure from Eric's perspective, he has confidently addressed that, you know, and he thinks that that is settled and addressed or whatever. It was like magnetic declination. Would affect like the different readings or whatever. Again, I don't know the deep dive, and I'm not trying to say his case or whatever. And I don't really know all the lore behind what was found and the conclusions to draw from it. But from my understanding is I think he has addressed that. He's addressed it in the comments. He's made like 2 videos on it.
Yeah, but all he did was add another sun, and it acts like a window or something. And it's like, dude, that is just as stupid.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would have to look. I don't know word for word what he said, so I would have to go and look at that. But
like,
all I know was it still doesn't match the data at all.
Okay, if we have Jake and Eric debate, is the world a globe? They'd be on the same side. Is the world moving? They'd be on the same side. Should we trust the news? They'd be on the same side. Should you... whatever, right? The fluoride in the water.
On the surface, yes. As you cut into the surface, no. So you're trying to make it out like they're almost the exact same person. The surface and what's beneath it are 2 different things. And there's a lot more beneath the surface, and I'm saying it metaphorically, than there is on it. So yeah, you can agree that, you know, it's not a globe. You can agree on basic things. But once you actually get into your theories and how they work, there is total disagreement between the 2.
But like, that's fine. Isn't that just how life works? You know, isn't that how
if you could prove it? Yes. But Eric can't prove it.
Bro, we're
and
talking
he knows
about...
he can't prove his side. So what he does is what I showed you, make a video about Jake acting like a weirdo, dressing up like a girl because he knows he lost.
So that's 2 totally different things. He did not make that video in response to Jake or anything like that.
Yes, he did after Jake showed the sun angles. Yes, he did. That's when they all used to be friends. And then after Jake showed the sun angle thing, they all turned on Jake because they didn't want to admit they were wrong.
Like, or it's not as proven as he thinks it is. Like, in my opinion, this is all boiled down to we got some reading on a compass and it was different than what the AE model predicted. And therefore the AE model can't work. Like, okay, cool. Nobody agrees with any model of this Earth, period. Eric is never going to say, oh, this is the correct model of Earth, and this is the one that I will back, and this is the one, and if you disagree with this one, then you're a shill or you're wrong or you're dumb or anything. He's never going to say that. I'm never going to say that, right? We don't know what this place looks like, and we don't really know how the lights in the sky moves. We can try to describe them with a model, which there isn't a perfect model. So it's like, I don't know.
But he did. When he made that video about Jake after Jake proved his theory wrong. That's exactly what he did.
Did he? My point of debate is like, is getting this Tasmania, it should have been 13 degrees, but it was 17 degrees or whatever. That's now proof of like, the whole sun model doesn't work and any of that. Like that seems like, I don't know. That seems like
No,
nonsense.
because if you have one circling sun, that would be impossible in the South. It's not possible at all. It would have to go the complete opposite direction, which it doesn't.
Okay, so then what is the suggestion?
So Eric
there's two suns.
Needs to admit that he's wrong on that.
I think that it is information that is interesting and worth looking at. And beyond that, I don't know what kind of conclusions we could draw. I don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to look at it myself and really try to parse it to see that the if this type of info is this slam dunk that you claim it is, right? Like it's like if you really
there's no doubt it is.
It's like we're talking, this is like a black swan, like we see too far, you can just like prove, like, because if you're telling me some shit that's happening in Australia and Tasmania, bro, I'm never going there ever in my life. And I don't know if you've been there.
The southern part, though.
I don't know if Jake's been there. So has Jake been there? So this is all just like some shit we were told about by something on the internet or whatever. So I'm chalking it up under that.
Friends, he has subscribers that live down there. They actually showed the compass, actually did it, showed step by step what they did, and showed it.
You realize there's something called magnetic declination. So you have to take the compass reading and you need to find the declination for the part of the globe you're on. And it's literally offset. Like it's totally fucked because it goes off of the globe maps. Like, for example, the declination in Antarctica, it gets to be like 90 degrees, meaning when your compass is pointing north, you need to basically turn 90 degrees. And then that's going to be north after you adjust for declination. So again, I'm pretty sure what Eric brought up was, I don't think declination was brought into account. So yeah, you have a reading, but now you need to go in because it's all based on the globe. Like all of the way that we're supposed to read compasses is based on the globe math and globe maps because that's what the whole world believes, right? So there's a magnetic declination to get your actual angle or whatever. So maybe that actual angle is correct, and maybe the magnetic declination wasn't accounted for. Or whatever. Again, I don't know, bro. I don't know what happened in Tasmania, but like, I don't know how to translate a compass reading into how many suns are there. Like, that's not a question that a compass answers, in my opinion. And that's not a reason for people to start calling each other shills and going to war over or whatever. I think it's a small data point. And if someone doesn't want to accept that, I'd be like, oh, fair, cool.
No,
I think that's important.
That's a big data point because
there's a lot of people who
completely changes the way it works.
I guess. But again, I wasn't there. I didn't take the measurements. I didn't take the magnetic. Like, I'm at that point where I don't trust nobody, bro. Do you trust scientists that you haven't met? Do you like? I'm now having to. I'm just reading a story online that some guy in Tasmania did the reading or whatever, and maybe
It's
you got
not
the
just
reading.
some guy. It was a subscriber.
Sure, he got some
You're
reading.
making it out to be like.
I'm making it out to say maybe there's an explanation here that isn't both sides are shills or whatever, and now we need to fight over these readings. Maybe there's a mutual. Maybe there is something that was overlooked, or there is a detail that was could be addressed, or maybe there is an explanation that could explain the readings and support a one sun model or whatever. I don't know. Again, I don't know, bro. I don't know, but. I mean, right. Official Northern Champ is saying declination is usually 3 to 15 degrees diff, depends where you live. So it's like, I don't know if that was factored into account. The more south you go, the higher the declination is. So it's going to be smaller when you're north, and it's going to be further. It gets really extreme. It goes up to 90 degrees. It doesn't just happen suddenly, right? So it's as you go more south and south and south. So it's like, I don't know. I don't even know what latitude Tasmania is on. I'm not like a geography guy. And I'm not really even like a math or whatever guy. I'm just like a common man. My big thing is we see too far. And like all the observations of the lights in the sky, like I don't really give a shit. What I see is one sun. I don't have any.
It's important when trying to figure out the reality of this world
So
yeah, but you can't figure out you can't figure it out. You're never going to know the reality of this world. You can
We do know
intuit
the
what
sun
you
angles
can.
are correct, and we know Eric Dubé knows that, and that he won't admit it. And if he's serious, I think where is it? Yeah, he made a point. Then have him make a video saying that.
I mean,
but he doesn't. But he doesn't.
I mean, to what extent does Eric have to make a video that you guys want, right? Like, he's his own person. He's going to do whatever he wants. So I don't know, bro. Maybe he's just thinking, you know what? Like, maybe he's thinking, you know what? Jake is so wrong about this. It's not even worth considering. If he's even talking about this,
Because
then
he
I
works
don't
for the
care.
government.
Yeah, and I don't know about that, man. He gets his money from like Patreon donos and book sales. And besides that,
That
like,
too.
it's tough as a flat earther. Like, it's tough as a flat earther.
Paycheck and that. Just like Jaron and Will Duffy and all these other people. And it's the same thing, except they pretend to hate each other.
Right, but like those FBSC guys don't seem to pretend to hate each other. I guess now you're saying like Jaron and Weiss hate each other, but it's because Jaron's role, he's clearly like an agent that was activated, and now they're like, you
Those
gotta
two
go
love
over
each other still.
Yeah,
there is no question about that.
I see your perspective. You're like all of these. You're like, you know, Jake is legit. At least, you know, with all his faults, you know, Jake is at least an honest person who is who he presents himself to be. Sure, I'd agree with that. And he has now said that these guys are all shills, and you're just going to run with that idea. And it's like, I understand that. From my perspective, though, man, Eric has told me his story. He told me how he started back in like 2014. He already had his like forum, IFERS or whatever. He started making YouTube videos. And it was after he started making YouTube videos, like a year or two later, that all of these guys showed up. Jaron, Weiss, Mark Sargent, Steer, all of these guys showed up after. Right. And they didn't include him. They didn't mention him at all. They didn't, you know, he was like the only channel doing Flat Earth. And these guys didn't bring him up at all. They didn't invite him on their little podcast or whatever. So he was like, what the fuck? You know, they started blowing up out of nowhere. Patricia Steer is doing her little retarded show where it's like a daily podcast. She had like a 2,000 episodes with Mark Sargent or whatever, you know. So it's like he saw how they were deploying the shills live and how they were talking about him. In my opinion, I don't think Jake is a shill, and I don't think Eric is a shill. And I think that they are kind of, everyone has their guard up for a good reason, you know.
Rumford's right here as well. If he really cared, he would do a video clarifying it. So clearly he doesn't care about correcting it.
I thought he did address the position at least. I don't know. I know that he has done YouTube comments at least where he has done like paragraphs basically explaining it, the whole declination thing, the whole he addresses like the oblong moon or whatever, like, you know, the moon taped to the ceiling. How long have I been a flat earther? Like 5 years now, four like since COVID. Once COVID hit, I had a lot of free time, and then I started going down like I was already conspirational, but in terms of like flat earth, yeah, probably around since COVID for me personally, which is like not that long, you know. But I got into the topic. I became obsessed with the idea. I absorbed everything I could. I memorized everything I could. I was like making notes, bro, like school. I was like rewriting all these debunks on Einstein and shit because I was like, if I'm going to talk to people, I need to know my stuff, right? And it turns out like the average person doesn't know shit. I would confront people in like game lobbies about like, you know, they laugh at you. They laugh at you and they're like, you're a flat earther. I'm like, yeah, so you believe you're a globe? I'm like, how big is Earth? Nobody knows. Nobody knows how big Earth is, bro. But I know it's a 3,959 mile radius sphere, allegedly curving at 8 inches per mile squared, right? You learn the whole model so you can shit on it in front of them or whatever. So it's like, I did that for as long as I could. Eventually, I would be talking to people in video game lobbies, and they would be like, do you have a YouTube channel? You should make a YouTube channel. And I was like, you know what, baby? Like, we should. I was talking to my wife or whatever. I was like, we should. So I did. And then, like, bro, I had 10 subs. I was literally a nobody. I had 10 subs. Probably had like 4 hours of, I had like 3 videos or something. And then I left a message on Eric Dubé's channel. He responded to me. And then since then, we've been friends, man. And like, we chat every week. Like, to me, he's an approachable guy, personable guy. Go to his most recent video and scroll down to the comments. He's replying to everybody. Any sort of like actual heartfelt comment or anything, or like a person asking a question, he'll link his video that has addressed it or whatever. So I don't know, man. That doesn't scream shill to me. You know what does scream shill to me? People like Witsit. Witsit won't even read my super chats, for
no,
example.
they both are. What I'm saying is they both are. And people that I was with in high school, they work for all this. Like I talked about the football guy. He was personable. Does that make him innocent? No. He works for the football. He works for the fake phony football. So
Right.
no. See, just because he's personable doesn't mean anything.
Sure, it's not by itself anything. My biggest defense for Eric, if I were to play lawyer, is just like his channel is 10 years plus of videos every week, man, churning out videos for who,
he's been
bro?
lying for 10 years.
For us, has he? Because if you really look at his videos, man, I guarantee you, like 99 out of 100 of them, you would probably agree. You might not like it because you don't like his character, bro. It's literally stuff about like here's 50 CIA.
I've gone and looked at some of them. No.
Okay. One of his recent videos is like 50 documents where the CIA and FBI and all these guys have internal documents referencing flat Earth. Like that's not debatable. That's just he's just giving you 50 documents and they all mention flat, non-rotating, motionless Earth so that people can pass it around and look at it. Like that's his type of video. There's nothing to really disagree with, and he's not shilling anything. He's just showing you information. Same thing with the nuke thing. Same thing with the dinosaur thing. He compiles this information. He puts it in the video. He's a conspiracy researcher. Like, I don't know. He just makes videos on that stuff. He's done it for 10 years, man. And you could think that his shill little twist, like maybe he's partially right, but the deeper, they set up a deeper lie. That's what I think Witsit is doing. Because I don't know if you watch Witsit at all, but he's
a shill tail.
He makes
no question
good
about that.
content in terms of like debunking the globe. But I do think that he's a shill and he's setting up for some major deception. I think he has some kind of role later down the line, where he's like, I don't know what they have in store for him or whatever. But like when I look at his content, I'm like, I don't know. I agree with it. He's just bringing up like Ares failure and all that shit. He's like bringing up all these how you can prove it's flat and So, but I do think he's a shill. The way that he associates with Jaren, he still associates with Mark Sargent and shit. They're on stream and stuff. Dave White, So when I see that, I'm like, what the fuck? I would never do that, right? I would never in a million years do that. So I think he's a shill too. But like Eric doesn't do any of that, man. I just think that this one thing is just too small to.
It's not one thing.
Sure,
he tells people to tape a picture of the moon on a ceiling.
Bro, you're taking that out of context,
That is the
man.
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Video. That's not honest.
A preschooler could debunk that. That's how ridiculous that is.
He's not saying, guys, that's what the moon is. This is a proper representation of exactly. No,
you could simply debunk it. He said it word for word. You could simply debunk it by taping a picture of the moon to your ceiling. He said that.
In terms of how we see the moon from like how two people on different hemispheres would see the moon mirrored. That was what that tape up the thing explanation was for. Like, and that was it. And even then, in Jake's debunk, where he's like, yeah, that wouldn't work because you would see the backside of the moon from certain angles.
Yeah,
or whatever,
that's right.
Yeah, I agree with that. But like, so what's Jake's explanation then? Why do we see what appears to be a 2D moon that only shows us its one face and it's clearly not rotating? It's clearly not a rotating sphere in space or whatever, or above us, in my opinion. The moon seems to me as though it is some kind of 2D. Like I only see the circle of the moon with the same face all the time. So it's like, I don't know what to make of that shit, man. It's just a light in the sky, bro. It's like some crazy part of a clock. The sun and the moon are just part of a clock. It's like so simple to me that I don't see how there's this shill accusation war going over it. I think that like these guys are both making I don't know, it's gone too big, maybe, over something that I consider.
I think
not
Eric's
that big.
made it too big. I think Eric needs to realize and explain, especially on his sun angle thing, because he couldn't be more wrong on that. So he needs to make a video explaining that if he actually cares, which he doesn't. And then same thing with, all the other stuff that he said. Saying Epstein's real and all that crap.
I mean, again, I'm not like an expert on Epstein, and I agree that like those came from the government. So you can't trust that. Just because the government says we have redacted files or CIA files, that doesn't mean shit, right? It's like PDF. It's like it's files. Who gives a shit? It's just papers, right? That's not anything. But I mean, I do think that there is a child trafficking ring that is abusing children, using our politicians, using our government. I think Israel is like involved or whatever. But I mean, the specific, like, how did Epstein, was he a real person? Did he die? Was he replaced? That I don't know. And like the files, I don't really know, again, right? Like they can be generated, but I think under that, it's a very real thing. It's a very real problem. The whole point is they're trafficking kids out there. I think when Jake says, "Oh, that's all fake" or whatever, I think that honestly makes him look bad, or at least he should clarify. Maybe the Epstein thing is fake specifically.
He has. He has.
Okay.
He has.
As long as he says that, yeah, there is a huge, child trafficking
He
problem.
does say they probably do things to kids, but what they're showing you is not. Yes, he has addressed that.
Okay, then fair enough. I again, that's just from my ignorance or whatever. Like I haven't seen all of Jake's stuff or whatever, so that's good. Because to me, that's very suspicious. If someone is trying to downplay how real and like serious it is that there's this whole crazy child abuse thing happening, like in Hollywood, it happens in the music industry.
Oh, yeah,
like,
of course it does.
Yeah. Okay, good. Then again, more stuff that we all have in common here, and we're all bros, like as far like we can put the guns down as far as I'm concerned. Like, but I don't know, man. I don't know. People have decided their stance already, which I think is a mistake. Like I think people are taking time too much. I don't know Eric's true intent. You don't know Jake's true intent. We don't know anyone's true intent other than our own, right?
Yeah, I know Jake's true intent.
Sure. I could say that with comments whatever too.
When I was wrong. Here's the thing. If Jake, and this is where I say, if Jake really wanted to pin anything on Eric Dubé, he could have not corrected me on that. But no, he corrected me on that.
Right.
On that he's not involved in authentic intent. He corrected me on that. If he wanted to destroy Dubé, he could have just let me go and say that. But no, he corrected me. And that's how you know he's genuine, because he cares about the facts, not about,
Well, you could argue he didn't want you to spread false information. If he knew that it was false information, then he was like, well, I don't want, if you're representing me, then you can't be spreading false information like that or whatever. So it was to save his own face. You could look at it through that. I do agree though, man. I think Jake is really Jake. Who he shows, like I don't think he's an actor. I don't think he's a shill. I don't think he's a CIA plant or whatever. I think he's someone who found out Earth is flat. He's like, what the fuck? And now he's also compelled to do something about it in his way, which I think is cool. And I think Eric is doing the literal exact same thing. They're doing the literal exact same thing. And you could argue that
disagree.
You could argue that, yeah, this thing is too big to overlook, like the magnetic declination thing or whatever, the Tasmania thing, or whatever. I don't agree with that. I think that that's fine. I think professionals in science and all fields of academia and stuff, when they come across a fundamental whatever, like worldview difference, they're able to just say, I respect this guy as a scholar. He reached these conclusions that I don't agree with, but like, that's it. He's still a respectable guy or whatever. I still appreciate what he does. Like, I would prefer that approach personally. All I know is, if you're legit and someone comes into your chat calling you a shill over some topic, wouldn't you clap back, or wouldn't you be like, "What the fuck is this?" Or like,
unlike Eric Dubé, I would get the facts out right away and show it live, which he doesn't do. So there's already a big difference.
He's not a live performer. He's not a extrovert who loves talking to crowds,
or make a video and post it.
Yeah, for sure he did, bro. I'm pretty sure he immediately, when it was brought up, addressed it, and he literally pasted it in. Like, okay, I can find Jake's latest video where Eric is literally explaining his whole position on the moon thing and also the declination Tasmania thing or whatever. Like it's in Jake's latest or one of his latest streams in the comments or whatever. So it's like, I don't know. From my understanding, he's addressing it. It might not be in a way that you like you want him to like show up on a live stream with like a newspaper with today's
Or just
date
make
and,
a video
his
showing
ID.
it. He doesn't
or
have
whatever.
to, or make a video.
Yeah, I guess. But then it's also like, how worth it is it for Eric to pull up this drama from 7 years ago addressing Jake's declination Tasmania thing? Maybe it's worth pursuing. I don't know. Maybe
If
it's
it
something
were
to
me,
consider. I
it
don't
would be worth it. If I really did believe what, let's pretend I'm Eric. Let's say I really did believe this stuff. I would care and I would do it immediately.
Right. I understand that perspective too. Like you would just air it out and, yeah. I don't know. Again, I don't speak for Eric. I don't represent him or anything. It's like, I don't know what goes on in his internal thoughts. Maybe he just thought, oh, this guy's calling me a shill. Like, okay, that's it. He's off my list or whatever. I don't need to address him. I don't need to respond to him. I don't need to interact with him ever again. And he's fair if he wants to do that. If someone betrays me, or at least I feel betrayed by someone, then I have it in me to hold that grudge, and I have it in me to not want to associate with them again. I'd be like, this guy's harmful. He's trying to drag me down. He's trying to whatever, he's trying to make me look bad over whatever. So it's like, I don't know what his inner thoughts are. I'm okay. I understand that it looks like I've been speaking for Eric all night, but I'm really trying to preface everything with like, this is a perspective of like, he's just my friend. He's just my friend, and I'm sharing what I know because I don't like seeing people calling him a shill when I don't think he is. The same way that you would likely defend Jake if people started calling him a shill. You'd be like, man, I've been there for so long for him. We got through
but
all
you
the up
haven't
and down.
shown anything where I have shown stuff. So there's
What have you
already.
shown?
So first of all,
What have you shown and what have I not shown, bro? We're just chatting.
I know.
So it's like, it's just chatting. Again, you're not in Tasmania. You didn't do that. I didn't do that. You're just telling me your perspective on this situation, and like, it is what it is. I still don't think, even like, regardless, I just don't, the compass reading thing translating to like the number of suns has to be wrong. I'm not seeing that. Maybe I don't respect compasses enough. I just personally for me, like, I don't understand that enough, and it's not intuitive to me. And I'm at a point in my life where I understand a lot of stuff, and I understand exactly like we see too far for it to be on a globe, and I understand the whole electrical nature of this reality. What even is seeing? What even is light? Really? What even is the light from the sun? What even is the sun? Right? Like the whole ether they've hidden from us. So it's like I'm a pretty learned person, I would say, in regards to flat Earth or whatever in the model, and like that's still confusing to me how this kind of reading translates into the total debunk must be addressed. This is the black swan. This is the biggest one sun debunk ever. Like, I don't that seems to be your guys' perspective, or like Jake's perspective and yours or whatever, but like I don't know. I don't see that. Maybe I wasn't there, and I haven't deep dived into it either, so I don't know. Maybe if I did really look into it, I'd be like, oh, holy shit, there's something there. Like, that doesn't add up, but just as
that's what Jake did. He had to do a deeper dive into it. So if maybe you need to do that. Maybe you need to do a deeper dive.
Yeah,
that's what it took for Jake.
Do you know if he has like a video talking about it and what his findings were and stuff like that?
I could probably find that.
Or was it like through lives a lot that it was brought up? Maybe.
I would have to find the exact videos and link them.
Right. I mean,
I would do that though. Absolutely.
I'm open-minded to anything, man. My take is like, I want to absorb everything I can, because you never know what's going to be true one day, and maybe something that you thought was retarded, you're going to see some more evidence for it later, and you're going to be like, huh, wait a minute, I remember hearing about this shit like years ago or whatever. I want to absorb everything I can, because you never know what's important, what's not important, so it's like, I'm open-minded to it. I'm open-minded to the one sun thing being potentially wrong. Maybe there's multiple. I don't know. I mean, I think that's cool still. I'm open to it. I mean, that has questions for me that I don't know if they could be easily answered. Like where is this second son right now? Or are there 2? Are there 3? Are there 4? Like, I don't know. Is that addressed or whatever? Like, does Jake have like an understanding of if the results mean that it can't be one son, then what is it? Like, what is it?
Again, I'm gonna have to find the links to that. I have seen them. I just don't have the links on hand.
Right, I understand. You don't want to speak and for him, and you don't have all the facts or whatever. I'm not trying to like put you on the spot, and if you don't have it, then I'm trying to be honest about this too. It's just I'm curious. It's a curious conversation. The fact that the fact that you're so adamant about it, or Jake is so adamant, or everyone is so adamant about this being the big like killer or whatever, it makes me want to check it out or whatever, because I don't know, I'm open-minded.
I don't blame you.
I'm not against it, right? But at the end of the day, even if Eric was wrong about this, let's just say hypothetically, Eric was totally wrong about this, the Jake's interpretation of the declination was wrong or whatever, that still doesn't make him a shill, in my opinion. It was like he took this info, he discarded it when maybe he shouldn't have, in theory, right? And then that's bad. He should have done more due diligence, and he didn't, or whatever. But like, again, he's a human being, man. He's a human being. Just because Jake found info doesn't mean that now Eric has to have that info immediately, and he must change his whole worldview around Jake's newfound info or whatever. The human mind doesn't work like that.
That's not what we're saying.
Right.
We're saying that what Eric pointed out is provably wrong, and he knows it, and he refuses to change years and years later. That's what we're talking about.
Bro, you can't try to pin some kind of like he refuses to change his stance when his stance is we don't follow any model. Nobody can honestly follow any single model at all about this place because we aren't able to map all the continents.
AE circling sun map. He literally uses that.
The circling sun part is not why it's used. It's more for the flat representation of the way the continents are laid out. And basically all of the footage and models you're going to find online are going to happen to have the circling sun. He's not making his own models and shit. He's like using them from clips and stuff that he's seen.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying he's necessarily like pushing that. I think that the AE model, though, if I'm going to like what model of Earth do you follow? If you're trying to figure out some kind of like where China really is or whatever, what I do is I look at like the Gleason map, which is like what the AE model is pretty much based off of. I look at the Gleason map and I think that's a good flat Earth map representation. What that has to do with the sky and circling above us and whatever, like that's a whole different topic or whatever. I think the AE map is at least good for that ground part, or good enough. Again, what do I know, bro? I haven't flown around the whole world and shit. I haven't looked at the shape and the size of the outlines of the continents and all that shit. I don't know. It seems insane to make a map. Impossible, basically, to make a map of this whole Earth. You want me to map this whole Earth? Like, no way, bro. I would need like 100 years and a whole crew or something.
Jake doesn't do that either. So no one expects you to do that.
I just feel like it's too hasty of a conclusion to be like, look at these readings.
Once
if you deny this,
links, you'll understand.
Like if you deny this, you're the biggest show ever because it's so obvious, big proof that it's impossible to deny.
It is that obvious.
Like I would be curious to see it, and I'm pretty sure. I don't know, man. Why aren't more people talking about this then? Why aren't there more? Is Jake the only like flat Earth guy who is talking about this? Because that just feels like if it's some conclusion that can be reached through logic and like facts.
There is another one.
Then everybody would know. One. Why would anyone deny it, right? Like, why? Just to deny, to try to make Jake look bad, or because they're like,
yes.
Like, he's been around,
and that's why, because they all teamed up against him. Yes,
he was around before he even existed. They gave Eric this job, and he's like, when Jake comes along one day, when there's a Jake, you're gonna be his dismantler.
And initially, they were all friends. They liked each other, and things were going well until Jake did a deeper dive and noticed the sun angles, and then they were trying to tell him not to make a video about it. He made a video about it against their will, and then they treated him horribly ever since. Yes.
My understanding
Yes.
is that Eric was like making videos. He gets a comment from Jake saying, "Hey, I found this sun and moon thing or whatever," you know. And then I don't know, Eric either addressed it right there. He's like, "I don't believe your information is accurate based on this and that." And then he was like, "Okay, I addressed it. Moving on now." And I think that Jake didn't like that because he was like, "You either didn't understand or you brushed it off or whatever it is." Jake didn't like that. So he was like, "Man, he's rejecting my info," which I think is legit. That means he has to be a shill. Jake's conclusion, if he was providing info he knows is legit and it gets denied, his only conclusion would be he must be a shill then. Otherwise, a real person would just accept it because it's the truth, right? So I get that perspective. But like, have you considered it's possible that this information isn't as bulletproof as we think it is? Again, this is from the perspective of someone I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm just evaluating the sheer topic itself of using like compass readings to determine the sun and the possibility of there being like, I don't know, man. It just seems like, I don't know. It just seems like this whole thing stemmed from that original thing. Like Eric probably felt as though it wasn't worth addressing, and then Jake did. And now there's this rift like 7 years later where Jake is like, "Man, fuck Eric. He didn't believe that info." And then Eric is probably like, "Man, fuck Jake. He called me a shill when I'm not," you know? And then that's it. That's probably where they are now, man. And neither side cares enough to like, let's make amends and be bros or whatever, because I don't know. They just, I don't know. Maybe like that's kind of the situation it seems like to me. And I don't think either of them are a shill. You're here calling Eric a shill. I'm not here calling Jake a shill. He seems like a normal guy. And I understand your perspective of Eric because you only interact with him through his videos. But like, I don't know, man. He's my friend, man. If you could hear, I've told him before, I'm like, bro, you should like start like a podcast or like some kind of like, we should just like host our chats because it's just me and him chilling and I'm just asking him random shit. Like we get high and I just ask him random shit. So it's like, and a lot of people would probably like to hear that just because it's like fun content or whatever, you know, but it's like, he's just like a serious guy. He takes his name is his brand and his name is his reputation and everything. If he just starts doing willy-nilly videos about stuff he's not sure about, then it could harm his image. I think that's bad, right? I think he's built up a reputation as like a truth presenter and seeker and stuff. So, and his whole thing is he wants to stick to like the facts.
Yeah, I don't see that with Eric at all. Like I said, his sun angles are completely unfactual. There's no facts in them at all.
Well, I don't know, man. I guess that's why I think the way you and I are disagreeing is basically, I think, the way that Jake and Eric disagreed about it. And but I would hate 8 years from now
at all. I
if
think
someone
our
asked me,
conversation is much more genuine than anything
right.
Eric's ever done.
If someone asked me anything about you, I'd be like, he's a nice guy. We had a nice chat. He wasn't cruel to me. If anything, you've been remarkably kind to me. I've been chatting a lot in like a environment, like it's not my show or environment or whatever, you know, and you've let me speak and you've been nice and we've been, you know, chatting and there's no reason for name calling and whatever. And I wish that like Jake and Eric could do that. But again, I don't know, man. Again, I don't know what they really experienced. I don't know what Jake actually said to Eric or what Eric actually said to Jake or what they privately have experienced among each other or whatever. If there's a reason for this kind of beef beyond what we see, you know, or, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding. I just don't want to come here and try to tell you what Eric is going to do or what he, you know, like, again, I don't know, man. He's his own guy. I'm not anything in terms of like, I'm not his boss. I'm just a guy. So it's like, I think it's interesting. I think he'll watch this convo and I don't know, we'll talk about it and we'll see, I guess. Maybe he will make a video, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe he won't. I don't know. If he did make a video, I wonder what Jake's response would be. Is Jake able to be like, you know what, it's water under the bridge, let's make amends, you know? Because that's something that I'd like to see is for them to both be like, you know what, man, like, oh, this shit is
Why
pointless.
would he make amends with a shill? Why would he want to do that?
Because if Eric is making a response video trying to address that and make things right, then why would he do that to someone who thinks he's a shill and is not going to back down and is just going to be like, whatever, you're a shill? Why would you show that kind of, it's easier to just ignore that and move on and just let people think what they're going to think. And then 10 years from now, when Eric is still making videos, it's just going to speak for himself, man. Like everyone else has come and gone, and Eric has been there and he's still here now. It's like, it's insane to me, that legacy. And he's doing it. Like, you might think it's because he's a shill or he's getting paid some kind of CIA, whatever, but it's like, no, man, he's doing it for the love of the game. He's doing it because he sees the evil that's out there and he wants to dismantle it too. And he's dedicated his life to it, his whole name to it, which is like even a step beyond me and you and stuff like that. Even Jake doesn't use his full legal name. I don't know. Maybe it's possible to find or whatever. But like, I don't know. I think even just using Eric Dubé like that is like crazy, bro. You're going to use your real name for this, and like that makes you unhireable and stuff. But I think there's also value in putting your face out there and being like, look, I'm a real person trying to push the, like telling you guys the truth. Jack P. Nimble. I like Jack P. Nimble's comments. Puts liberals and conservatives to shame. Exactly, man. Pointless brother wars. Like it's just the same. It's the same shit, man. We got to move past that. You think the news is fake? You think left versus right is fake? I agree. Like I think that the Ukraine versus Russia, it's brothers at war, bro. And that's what I think Jake and Eric are. It's like two non-shills who have convinced each other that the other side is like a shill, and now there's this war, and now we're like the children that are like, fighting that war of the previous generation or whatever is the situation that it seems like to me. But like, I'm here to advocate for peace. Like there's a big problem. They lied to us growing up. Jake knows that, and Eric knows that. And like, I don't give a shit about how many sons there are. I don't. As long as kids are getting eaten, I don't care if there's 50 sons out there. We can figure that out after. We can get all our top minds together. And after, when we're living in a utopia and we have limitless energy and we're all in our floating sky castles with our uranium-powered greenhouses or whatever, and we have clean food and water, and then we'll do declination, we'll do whatever, we'll do compass readings all over the world, but we'll figure it out. But like, that's far from there, and to get there, we need more like unity. I'm very sad that I don't know how you felt, but I initially was like a bit naive, and I thought that everyone who's a flat earther is going to get along. If you took the flat earth pill, then like you're my friend, right? Because like you found out the whole world is so naive, man. Now I realize it's this whole crazy fucking world. You can't trust anybody. The people that you thought you could trust were part of this crazy organization, even though it was like presenting decent info. Because I watched some Glowbuster stuff. I didn't know about Bob Nadell or anything, and it was decent enough. It wasn't like it was all harmful and they only tell you lies on purpose, right? It's going to be mostly good stuff so that they can set up some kind of deception. Some people do the Earth is going upwards shit. I don't know. I don't know what Witsit is going to do in the long run. Jaren is clearly there to like hook people in, and then he did like the swap and everything. Like, they all have their roles. But like, does that mean that everyone is a shill or whatever? I don't know. I think that that's a decent perspective to have. You got to have your guard up to an extent, right? If we all have our guard up about everyone, that's where they want us, right? They want you to fear your neighbor. They want you to not feel like you can relate. They want to set up these divisions like left versus right, like Democrats versus Republicans, left versus right, white versus black, man versus woman, all of these like fake barriers when it's like us versus the people who print the money out of thin air and force us to be their slaves to work for it while they eat kids and sacrifice humans and stuff. It's like terrible. Tell your friend that wearing the dress was a strategic error.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to him. I'm like, man, if you didn't make that video, if you were Christian and you were a meat eater, what would they even say about him? What would you guys even say about Eric if he was like a Christian meat eater and that video never existed? That video is him making fun of shills. It's unfortunate Jake was involved in it. I think he was just like clapping back at anyone who was like hostile to him, and like, it is what it is. I don't think that he is trying to he's in, I guess the impressions, it's in the same video as like where he's impersonating Jaren and all that, But I don't think my conclusion is that he thinks they're FEIC or anything like that, or Jake is associated with Jaren or anything like that. Like that, I don't believe that.
He kind of made it out like that way.
He put him right in the middle of all of those guys. I would agree. So I could see how someone who doesn't know better would be like, oh, he's insinuating that for sure. But I think he was just clapping back at everybody at the time. And maybe he did think that he was at the time, and now with time, maybe he doesn't or whatever. I don't know. I think Jake is just a guy. I was even vouching for him too, man. I was saying in my first chat with Eric, I was saying I don't like that he calls himself Jake the asshole. Like that becomes you, bro. Your thoughts become you. If you call yourself the asshole, you're gonna be an asshole, you know. So it's like, and he's not. You don't have to be an asshole. You're just a person, right? You're just a guy, man. You're just a guy trying to figure life out. So it's like, I'm a advocate for that. I don't think Jake is a. I don't like the way he treated that guy outside 7-Eleven. That's a really bad show of character, in my opinion. And yeah, he like apologized for it, but he had to. What was he gonna do? Own up to it and be like, yeah, that guy deserved it. Did you see how he wanted to use my phone? No one's gonna have that. That's an insane take. He's like, it's only 4 years ago, trying to downplay that. 4 years ago is not that long, bro. Like that's bad. That's bad. I don't see any videos of Eric doing shit like that. Like he's not a jerk or anything. He's quite nice, bro. He doesn't like killing anything. This dude is Eric is investigating shit like breatharian. You ever heard of that, bro? Where they don't even eat food and stuff. I'm not saying he's like doing it or anything, but like he is a very non-violent person. He sees all the violence on Earth and he doesn't agree with it. All the killing of each other and animals and everything. And he's like, I don't want to participate in any of this. He doesn't like anything that's going on. He has serious issues against this creation in terms of like, why do we have to feel pain? Why do we have to suffer and die and stuff? And I think those are all very valid questions. And he's doing his part to try to minimize that. The same way I am, the same way I hope we all are in some way. If you eat meat or whatever, I still think that counts or whatever. But like if you're trying to not harm each other and you're trying to really take care of this place in the long run, you know, the animals are whatever, man. The animals will repopulate. It's not a big deal. The animals aren't going anywhere. Unless it's sad, though. We are extincting certain animals. Isn't that fucking crazy, man? We've made animals go extinct. Like there used to be animals here that existed, but we ate every last one of them, or we hunted every last one of them, and now they're just gone forever, man. How sad is that? How sad is that? Like, it's really sad what we're doing to this place. And we should treat it better and each other better. Like, that's my whole goal and message or whatever, you know? So it's like, I don't know. I just don't like seeing people say mean things about my friend, you know, the same way you probably wouldn't like that about Jake or whatever. That's my whole perspective. That's why I did the super chats. That's why I don't mind.
You get that. That's why I think there's a good chance that you're innocent in this and that you are just, you know, being tricked by him.
Sure.
So,
but like, it just seems weird that he would like recruit me into his ranks by agreeing. I asked him, you want to play more? And he was like, yeah. And then like we just played games of mine. We played like Left 4 Dead. We played Carry the Glass. We played all sorts of these games. Like, I don't know. It is what it is. Like, he's just my friend. We just chat every week. He's never been weird to me. He's only been nice to me. He checks up on me. He asks me how I'm doing and stuff. Like, he lets me talk. He doesn't have an ego. He doesn't have an ego at all. I really don't get this idea where people think he's like this mythical deity that he's like so approachable. You can email him and he'll respond within like a day. He literally responds. Can you imagine, bro, the amount of emails he gets? He literally responds like 4 times a day to people all over the world, asking him all these questions that he's answered 1 trillion billion times about all this basic shit or whatever. Like all these people waking up for the first time. Like, it's crazy. That level of dedication, people don't do that. The average person, the average shill would just like collect a paycheck. They don't give a shit. Like Witsit. He doesn't read super chats. He doesn't read the chat. He says he's going to stream every day. He streams like once every 7 months. He doesn't give a shit. You know? It's like totally different from the way that I see Eric interacting with people, the type of content that he does. He's not like, you can argue that, sure, you don't believe the Epstein thing and he does. Does that mean that he's a shill? Or does that mean that maybe he's a human being and he is wrong about like a topic or 2 or 5 or whatever? Well, wrong about shit. Again, the same thing. If you released a video, let's say, about Eric's authentic intent thing, I would it be fair to call you a shill for life now because, oh, you released that video, you made that claim about Eric and the authentic intent thing, you're a shill. That's not true, and you're a shill. Like, no, man, you were just mistaken. It is what it is. We're all mistaken sometimes. So it's like, I don't know. Again, Eric hasn't met Epstein or whatever. I think there's enough information to suggest that there is a huge child trafficking ring, whether you want to label that Epstein or not, like, I don't know. I think it's like there's a million Epsteins. Again, I think if he was real and killed, he's been replaced. That night he was replaced by 5 more. He was like some low-level goy. I don't know if they killed him. I don't know if whatever. I've seen like some weird, but like, again, even in the mainstream story, it's weird. Okay, Epstein was on suicide watch, but like the guard fell asleep, and then the 24-hour camera cut out for 2 minutes and shit. Like, what is that about? I get that the news is all fake and stuff, but even in that news, it's like that's such a retarded little lie. Who would believe that? That's like such a stupid little. They just mock you to your face, I guess. But
that's what they do. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do see that a lot or whatever, where they'll do all sorts of shit like that in your face. Or like Erica Kirk, that's a whole nother crazy topic. Crazy bitch, crazy demonic woman or whatever, like Charlie Kirk's wife or whatever. Just like insane. But yeah. Anyways, man, this is pretty cool. I don't know how long or how late you usually do this or whatever. So do you just like do this usually after just Jake streams, just in general?
Yep, usually, yep.
And then does Jake stream every Wednesday? Does he do more than that?
Yes. Usually every Wednesday for sure. Occasionally Saturday, but that's not a promise. Wednesday's more of a promise.
Right. That's like his scheduled, like I put time aside and then everything else is just like bonus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. And interacting with his audience and stuff too, despite how people don't like me. I got timed out like 7 times, man. And I was like, why, man? People really don't like the whole debate topic and they see the name or anything positive about it and they're like, chill.
Honestly, you were kind of pissing me off in the chat.
I get
too.
that. I get that.
I actually was not one of them that timed you out.
It is what it is, man.
As
and
much
even if
as I want to, but I wasn't going to.
Even if someone did, I get it. The button is so easy to press. You don't like to see it, and I am being a bit confrontational. I get that. I mean, I'm like swimming with the sharks or whatever, like a bunch of Eric Dubay dislikers, and I'm here like going against the flow. So I'm obviously like a target, and it's like, what is this guy's agenda and who would do that or whatever. But to me, it's like one amusing game or whatever. Like to me, this whole earth is like a game. I'm not trying to be cringe or anything or pretend I'm like some anime character, but like, I don't know. I can influence this reality, bro. I was able to just do a little super chat and like talk to Jake and talk to Eric, and it's just cool. I want to connect these dots and I want to just see what I can say. All I did was ask questions. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here too, but I personally just, when I see people call my friend a shill and I'm like, he doesn't look like a shill to me. And I feel like I have a deeper understanding of Eric than the average person, considering like we're friends. We literally chat. I'm on his channel like twice now, not that that's anything, because people will say, oh, well, you're like a plant or whatever, but like that doesn't really make sense to me. Anyone who calls me a shill, come check out my channel, dude. It's me playing Counter-Strike and Valorant, and I'm just like, people are trying to make fun of me about Flat Earth. What the fuck kind of shill? I'm not asking for donos. It's never going to be monetized. I can't say the word Jew. I'm like muzzled and neutered or whatever. I'm just trying to spread Flat Earth content. I think there might be kids out there who would be compelled by it. I think if you can change one heart or one mind, then it's all worth it, So it's like, I don't know. I'm just trying to use my voice, my power, my reach or whatever to try to clean this earth up, man. And we outnumber the evil bastards who run this place by like the hundreds of millions to one. But sadly, we're all so just fighting and fighting and fighting, infighting each other, and everyone's at war with one another. It's never going to happen. It's sad. It's sad. And it's what the Bible predicts too, man. Revelation predicts humans basically lose. It takes divine intervention. It's going to be humans lose, the demons win, because we couldn't figure out peace and how to overthrow them. The satanic world wins. Divine intervention has to happen. God has to literally part the clouds, send down Jesus and all the angels, and there's going to be this crazy battle because we couldn't do it ourselves. That's like embarrassing to me. Why, bro? We outnumber the evil by hundreds of millions to one, and we can't win this battle. The Bible doesn't predict we will. And the way it looks like
something going on with my Wi-Fi.
The way it looks like, I can see that being true. And that's sad. That's sad. Sure. Yeah. And that's what I think is going to happen. The world is going to unite against Israel. Like, Israel is the low common hanging fruit, right? I think it's going to be really easy to unite the whole world against Israel, but that's what the Bible predicts. The whole world will be united to destroy a common enemy. And they're going to think that that enemy is Satan and that enemy is the true evil, Israel, right? But in reality, that's going to be a false kingdom. That's going to be the real beast kingdom, in my opinion. That is going to be the satanic kingdom. It's going to say that like the 10 nations are all together or whatever, the 10 kings or whatever are going to be under Satan. I think that's going to be, the world is going to unite against Israel as some kind of like, we got to fix this problem. But it's all going to be done by Jewish Masons anyways. All the governments are already owned, right? If you see that China and Japan and US and Russia are all teaming up for some kind of anti-Israel or anti-alien thing, that's all a psyop, right? Those are all owned by like Zionist governments or whatever, you know? So it's like, I personally, that's my take on the whole end times revelation and everything like that. I think the world will unite.
The whole war's fake. But there's no real war.
Right. There's no real wars on the news, but they want people to believe that there's wars. Like, for example, they'll play sirens in Israel and say, "Oh, you got to go to the bomb shelter now." And then they go down to the bomb shelter, and then who knows what happens on the surface, you know? They have them thinking that it's real, and they live there. But again, you don't need real war. You just need people to believe there's real war, right? And then they have the news.
Yeah.
But I think that, I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the news. I think they are going to get people. You can see it now. It's like being anti-Semitic is like normal. And now in like the YouTube comments, there's all these knowers and stuff too, which sounds based on the surface or whatever, I guess. Like, it's cool that there's so many people waking up to like the Jewish, problem and lies and whatnot. But I do think that it is setting up for a kind of Satan's false light. He's literally seen as like the light bringer, a false light. There's going to be a kingdom that is united on earth that is going to be the beast kingdom. That's what the Revelation predicts. I think that's what it's going to look like. The only way you can unite the whole world is going to be either against Jews or aliens. So take your pick in terms of my opinion of which fake direction they're going to head this kind of uniting, But I think it's going to be Israel personally, just in terms of like they're setting them up to be the bad guys. They're openly being evil. Even all the kids know it, Like, to me, that's scream anything that they want everybody to know about. There's some kind of like psyop there, in my opinion, of like they're letting it happen. They're letting anti-Semitism be cool. They're letting Kanye West do these Hitler songs. They're so that they can create anti-Semitic speech laws and stuff like that. Yeah, that would be interesting. Against the North Pole. I mean, the North Pole, in my opinion, aka what I think is the center of Earth, is like the most interesting place on Earth. All of our compasses, regardless with this compass reading shit, all of our compasses are pointing north to something, bro. And it's directly under the North Star Polaris. We have a star that never moves that our compasses point to. It's above the center of our Earth that our compasses point to. Like, what's under it? We're not allowed to go directly under Polaris and see what's at the perfect center of Earth. There's old maps that say that there's like a black stone, Rupes Nigra, Mount Meru. Very interesting like maps that will show like a mountain with like 4 rivers going in each direction at the center of Earth or at the quote unquote North Pole or whatever. But like that's hidden from us now. That's not on Google Earth. That's not on any maps that we use now. So it's like, what's really there? I don't know. It's probably something insane. I don't know, bro. Like all our compasses point to something. I wish we could go there and they don't let us. And like the firmament is another thing too. You're not allowed to go too far south. It's like fucked up, man. It's crazy. It's crazy the world we live in and the world that people just accept. Like I wish more people would wake up. And I feel like it's not that hard to wake up, but maybe we're biased, right? Like since you woke up and then you're like, anyone can do it maybe or whatever. But like, I don't know. A lot of people out there don't have time, you know. And like, I don't know about you, but like my dad, for example, watches the news. I told him that shit is all fake and I rant about this shit to him too. But like, they probably just think I'm crazy, right? They only know the news. If I take it from their perspective, I kind of get it though. Like imagine 100 years ago and there was no internet. There was no like resources. Where would you even get info? You would just like sit around the radio and whoever owns the radio would just control your whole brain. They'd just, we landed a man on the moon today on the radio, blah, blah, blah. And here's what happened in China and the war. And you would just believe it. You're not going to go to fucking China. You don't know shit, right? It's like they just accepted the news. They had no choice. So it's like that's the world my dad grew up in, I guess. And that's why he still trusts it today. They feel like they need to know what's going on. There could be World War III. There could be nukes dropped. I know that's all bullshit. I don't give a shit. That doesn't scare me at all. But it's like real to them or whatever, which is quite sad. I don't know if people are able to wake up. It's sad, man. There's people who I consider in my life quite logical and smart, and they won't accept that Earth is flat and motionless. They still believe the globe, which is like retarded, insane to me. It's sad. Yeah, Russia, USA, Cold War up to prevent us from exploring the North. I agree. There's something called the early warning system. It's actually in like northern Canada, northern Greenland, northern Russia. It's like they have like virtual tripwires, basically. Like tripwires. If you go too far north beyond like the 30th north latitude, they're alerted. Like the governments of the world are alerted. The Canadian government, the Russian government, they're like, what the fuck is this guy doing too far north? You're not supposed to go too far north. They literally have like virtual tripwires. It's like it's insane. They're protecting us from going too far north or south. There's literally like a circle around us. We're just in like a pig pen. Oh yeah, Rumford on maps. Alaska is drawn right next to Russia. Yeah, that's actually interesting. But if you look at like a globe map, like a Mercator map, will put Russia on like the other end of Alaska. Alaska's not touching anything. It's just like near the ocean or whatever, which is totally not reality. People don't know that Alaska and Russia are connected by physical land. You can walk from Alaska to Russia. It's like connected by physical land. The reason that Russia is so important in the lore is because like they're right there. They're like our neighbors in real world. It's just like they use the maps to kind of lie to us and think that these guys are overseas and blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, bro, they're all bros. They're all bros. The same Jews that run the Bolsheviks that run Russia, you know, versus the Zionists that run America. Like they're just brothers over the border. Time zone is another thing. There's this video I saw. It was called like How Time Zones Hide the Flat Earth by Hervé Raboni. He's like this sailor who sailed around the world. And he's explaining how logically on a globe that was spinning once a day, you'd think there'd be 24 time zones, right? Earth spins over 24 hours. There should be 24 time zones. We all got an hour based on like the sliver of the Earth, the globe you're on. He's like, that's not true at all though. In reality, there's like 19 time zones in the north and like 32 time zones in the south. It's like totally doesn't make sense. The more south you go, he's like, the maps are way wrong. It's actually way bigger in the south than we're shown on these globe maps or whatever. They're all distorted and like hiding how big the lands are. Like Africa's huge. Australia is massive. Australia is like pretty much bigger than Canada. But with the way that we represent our by land mass, but if we the way that we show it on maps and stuff, it doesn't really look that big. But it's all a deception. He was like explaining basically how he sails the world. He's like on Wikipedia as like one of these guys who has like done all these sailing challenges and shit. And he's like, he explains how time zones are all a lie and how it's actually like flat. And that's the reason we have all these fake made up man-made time zones instead of just like what should be, you know, 24 in the north, 24 in the south. That would be like the logical.
Yeah, I don't know any of that. That I would have to look into. I have no idea what you just said in terms of that.
Yeah, sorry. It's a lot. I'm very like I just dump info, man, especially when I talk to someone who like is a truther or, you know, I just get excited to kind of like, oh, I have all this info, like let me dump it, let me share what I know or whatever, because the average person, I don't get very far with like a normal person when it comes to these topics. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyways, man, I don't want to keep you all night or anything. Like it's already, I don't know about you, but it's like 4 a.m. here.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if any
All
of
right.
West Coast or whatever.
Well,
yeah, it was nice talking with you.
yes.
And I mean, ultimately, I like you as a person, and I don't want to say I dislike Jake, but I mean, I understand Jake is who he is, and I think he's an authentic person. I don't think he's like a shill or anything like that. I wish that these guys never had this disagreement, you know. And like my bottom line is, personally, I'm just Eric's friend. Everything I said, again, I can't. I don't know his inner mind and what he really thinks. You know, I only know a couple questions that I've asked, and we haven't really deep dived on Jake or anything like that. For the most part, we're literally just like chatting about whatever, man. I literally ask him like shows he likes, movies, food, whatever, man. We trade like game recommendations. Sometimes we play the same game and we just talk about that and shit. It's just like a normal guy to me. So I think if more people saw that, they would like this whole idea that he's an AI channel. I think that's a terrible take by Jake. I think he's just like, you know, he's just commenting on how a lot of Eric's videos are similar sounding, but I don't think he like the whole AI channel thing. I don't think holds up personally, but yeah. Anyways, man. Yeah,
All right.
I'm sorry I talk so much. I'm a bit overbearing like that. Yeah. Well, either way, thank you for having me and everything. And I mean, you were nice to me, and I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah, you're honorable. There's a bunch of people who were really nice to me and honorable, in my opinion. Like a lot of the mods, and I have nothing personal against anyone, even the people who time me out or don't want to hear it or anything. It's obnoxious, especially like I show up and I'm talking about veganism and shit, and it's like it's just like all this kind of like, bro, you're not welcome here, or this isn't the vibe of this place. And I'm not trying to change. I'm not trying to be a little shit disturber. I mean, I kind of am to an extent, you know.
Yeah,
but like
the way you were wording it was not good.
I'm a human being too, man. And when I get tongue down, I'm like, oh, I gotta bite my own tongue too. I can't call anyone names or anything like that, like because then I'll just get banned for even longer. And it's not like I want to do that, but it's just like if you get tongue down and someone puts a muzzle on you and says "bad boy," then you know pisses you off a little. Like you're a man, you're whatever, you know. But if I'm honestly being honest, like everyone was pretty nice to me. Everybody was respectful. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, unless Eric can talk for himself, not much will change. Exactly. I understand. Again, right? I don't speak for Eric, and he might hear this conversation and be like, "Nah, Rob, I wish you weren't that nice. I'm never gonna talk to Jake again." Or maybe he's gonna be like, "You know what? Maybe this is worth whatever." And it's just we can get this to where it's water under the bridge. I would love to get to the point where people are able to enjoy both. You know, I don't think we need to choose sides, man. I understand why people like want to stay loyal to like the guy that helped awaken them. You know, but I don't know. I don't think we need to choose sides. I think that there's plenty of information I can get from Jake that will be valuable to me and stuff, and I can share like the fake sports stuff. Like I think everyone has a role. I think that the creator gave us all different strengths. We'll have our own roles. I think that if I wanted to, let's say, wake my brother up who is into sports, or my dad who is into sports, maybe I should show them some of Jake's videos and just start with the fake sports stuff, you know, which is legitimate. And then that will able to kind of act as a bridge, you know, and then they'll be able to consider like, wait a minute, if the sports is fake, then what else is fake? And maybe they'll hear Jake out on other topics, you know? So it's like, I think that could be insanely powerful, you know? Like and Jake has that whole audience, like the people who enjoy sports, which is like literally billions of people, by the way. So it's like that's a huge, if you can convert all of these guys that are watching the World Cup into flat earthers through, let's say, you debunk like sports or whatever, then Jake could be potentially the most powerful man on earth, the most important person, you know, who could be the key to, you know, we don't need everybody to be on flat earth, but we need enough people. We need like the right famous person to talk about it, or like a streamer, and then it just gets too big where it can't be ignored anymore, you know? So it's like, I don't know. I think everyone has their
Yeah,
own
but they're
strengths.
never
and
going to
stuff.
let someone like Jake get big. They won't.
Yeah,
let
like
that
they
happen.
won't. They're not gonna. Where are they gonna? You know, where would he even go if he got quote unquote big? Like they're not gonna put him on the news. You know, like they're not gonna put him on. You know, like the front page of whatever because they own all that and they don't want that. But yeah, no, I understand. I mean, I think it's a nuanced topic. I just think it's a mistake to call people shill too fast. I think Jeranism and stuff has 100% proven. He's literally says he's a Glover, man. Like if we were to find the topics that Jake and Eric agree on on one side, and then the topics that they don't agree on the other side, it would just be retarded to now be like, okay, now they have to fight. Now these guys have to be enemies for the rest of their lives until their deathbeds over this shit. It's like that would be silly to me, in my opinion. Like totally not the way that I would want to do it, but it is what it is. It is what it is, man. Everyone should use their own discernment, you know, on everybody and everything. Yeah. Anyways, man, sorry, even my goodbyes are rambling and long, but I had fun and it was nice, and thank you for having me.
Okay.
And
of course.
yeah, cool, man. All right, well, take care, and I'll leave you guys with that.
too.
Yeah, yeah. And guys are not. Come on, everybody's like, dude, go live, talk to me. Like, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, guys. Anyways, take care and thank you, and have a good night. And I mean, you guys might catch me in some future Jake streams. Again, not trying to be a shit disturber. And to be honest, Land on the Moon is fucking hilarious. Jake is a funny guy, man. He has the capacity for some funny jokes and stuff. And like, yeah, I like that. Anyways, take care, guys. Peace out. And yeah,
care.
peace out. Yeah, you too, man.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to go over. I'm gonna have to re-listen to everything and go over my analysis of what happened. But you may be onto something. Yeah, I would lean toward you being right. I'm gonna have to, like I said, I'm gonna listen to everything again. Let's see here. And we still have other stuff. Is JP still? Well, I do like to do this for JP Crisino. He's a good guy, and we need to have the change. Big change. A change so much full of change that the change, in fact, will have these following things. McDonald's eating until I get fat. We're also going to drink all the salt we can and have sex with Monica Lewinsky. I'm Bill Clinton, and I approve this message. And Uncle Ramus shows up right when I do that. I haven't seen you all night till just now, buddy. How are you tonight? Hope you're having a good night. Thank you, JP. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. All right, let's see what else I've got. Now. Doing good to smoking crack. Okay, Uncle Ramus, I see what's going on. Uncle Ramus. Hey, you know what else happened last week? That I think his name's Garrow, the Jurassic guy. He got his prediction wrong on August 4th, and apparently now made a video saying that he's gonna do this again next year. Oh, what a joke. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Yeah. Just kidding, cannabis vape. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Garrow is a shill. Yeah, he is. He's going to do the whole thing again. Yeah, and he should stay guarded. I think that's a good thing. And I don't think you should be questioned for that. So if anyone's questioning official Northern Champ for that, then shame on them. I think you should stay guarded. Hi, everybody. I'm Al Gore. And now we're going to talk about the lockbox and how it helps people live lives. The lockbox contains all the things needed for the life of you. The lockbox comes in different shapes and sizes. Now again, as I once again have to reiterate this for the 1 billionth time, the only word in my candidacy that describes my campaign is lockbox. That was Al Gore. Let's see what else do I have here. Okay, it's me, Jaron Campanella. And I'm gonna act like a piece of shit now. Because this is who I am. This is exactly who I am. I'm Eric Dubay. I'm a creep. I mean, not Eric Dubay. I'm Jaron Campanella. I'm Jaron Campanella. I got it mixed up there for a second. My bad. I'm Jaron Campanella. I like to measure people's peepees because I like to do it for the contest. Oh boy. And then we've got you have a good night, JP Crisino. I'm surprised. Yeah, it's past 4 for you, buddy. You have a great night, okay? All right. No. All right. Look, let's see. Let's see here. Yeah. I'm Jaron Campanella. All right, that was Jaron. Let's see. He didn't do that. That was Jaron. That was Jaron. That was not Eric. That was Jaron. That was not Eric. Unless if you know something I don't. I know Jaron. Yeah, that's Jaron. Jaron's the one that did that. Yeah. It's okay, buddy. I don't blame you. I do not blame you at all. But you know, hey, you're okay. You don't need to apologize. Mistakes happen sometimes. You're good. You're good, buddy. That's why. Ugh. Oh, and of course, I was live earlier today. Or yesterday now, because now it's Thursday. Even here, it's Thursday now. But yesterday I went live early in the morning because there were stupid people that said the gravity would go away. And did it go away? No. No, the gravity did not go away. These TikTokers are so dumb. They really are. Sometimes they'll just believe anything that they're told on social media, including that we're going to lose gravity. Whatever. And I was up and was live during that time, jumping around. And you know what? Nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. I know you're being silly there. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. So that happened today. Let's see what else happened today. So I did that. Let's see here. And then there was our last full weekday at our local water park. I did that today before doing this tonight. So that was my day. Or yesterday now again. I gotta remember the day of the week. But you know, sometimes yeah. And then what else you got? What's the other show I wanted to? And by the way, Official Northern Champ, I almost screwed up too. So you're not the only one that messed up. I almost did too. Or I might have, and I corrected it. So that's what happened there. Yeah. let's see here. So that happened. Oh, yeah, I have another funny story. So, you know how lifeguards are supposed to be doing their lifeguard stuff? One of the lifeguards, so there's a thing called the lazy river, where you're on the floats and you just float in the lazy river. One of the ladies was putting lipstick on. She's supposed to be a lifeguard. I thought that was pretty dumb. And think about it, so for the people who are allergic to the lipstick, that whole concept was pretty dumb. But yeah. Let's see what people wrote. I did not. That'll be something I have to look at for next week. Oh, of course. Yeah, well, that'll be an interesting one to look at and report on next week, will it? That'll be interesting. It is weird. It is definitely weird. Yeah. Oh. What else do you got here? You got so that'll be a good one. I already talked about those stupid UFO files again. So I already know I did that. Oh yeah, we did have fake phony election results last night. That we did have. But of course we have that. Because it's still primary season apparently. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. But yeah. So you got that. I had to tell you the story there though about the lifeguard putting on lipstick. Well, while she was being a lifeguard, which that's pretty stupid, if you ask me. So, yeah, that happened tonight. Yeah, who knows? You're probably right. You're probably right. And then you got, what else do you got here? You got, Let's see here. All right. And then we got. Ooh, I got one. So there was this guy named John a while ago. Oh, there we go. So what was I saying? Oh, yeah, that's right. Another fake story. Or another shilly story, I think. Honestly, I don't. What did I even say just now? Oh, boy. I don't remember what I was saying just now. Unfortunately. All right. And then, let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. And I know, all right. Anything else? Let's see here. All right. Y'all have a good rest of your night. Take care and all. Well, I'll be back next time. Take care.